Morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the DuPont Professional Baseball League. The commentary and views are our opinions and are not affiliated with the NPB, the Pacific League, Central League, or their sponsors. We are giving English reports on the game being played and hope that English-speaking fans around the globe can enjoy the games on YouTube and Twitch along with us. Today, from the Tohoku, it'll be the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles playing host to the Seibu Lions. It is a battle for the second place of the Pacific League. Currently, the Eagles are sitting at 40-35-1, and they have a half-game lead over the Seibu Lions. We're nestled a half game behind them. And we will give you the starting lineups first from the visitors from Seibu. It will be for the Lions leading off and playing third base. It is Kyoto Kawanu. Batting second and playing shortstop, wearing number 6 is Suzuki Genda. Hitting third and playing first base, wearing number 33 is Jansen Witt. In the cleanup spot and doing the designated hitting, wearing number 3 is Hitaka Yamakawa. Batting fifth and playing second base, wearing number 5 is Shuta Tonosaki. Batting sixth in left field, wearing number 30 is Brian O'Grady. Batting seventh in right field, wearing number 73 is Wataru Takagi. Batting eighth and doing the catching, wearing number 22 is Yuto Koga. And batting ninth in center field, wearing number 63 is Shinya Hesigawa. And they're going to be facing the left-hander. The Eagles are sending to the mound. It'll be Wataru Kirishima. He has a 2-1 record on the year. He's worked 35 and a third innings. He's allowed 21 hits, 5 runs, all of which have been earned. He has walked 8 and struck out 17, and he's got an ERA of 1.27. And now the starting lineup for the home team for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. Leading off and in left field, wearing number 6 is Haruki Nishikawa. Batting second and playing second base, wearing 0 is Hiroto Kobakata. Hitting third and doing the designated hitting, wearing number 3 is Hideto Asamura. In the cleanup spot and in right field, wearing number 35 is Hiroki Shimouchi. Batting fifth at first base, wearing number 33 is Genji. Batting sixth and playing third base, wearing number 5 is Igoro Moji. Batting seventh in center field and wearing number 50 is Atsuki Muto. Batting eighth and doing the catching, wearing number 2 is Hikari Oda. And batting ninth and playing shortstop, wearing number 34 is Tsuyoshi Yamazaki. And they're going to be facing Birch Smith, who takes to the hill for the Lions. Smith on the season is 1-0. He has got 14 and a third innings under his belt. He's allowed 8 hits, 2 runs, all of which have been earned. He has walked 4 and struck out 10. He has posted an earned run average of 1.26. It'll be our first look at Birch Smith this year. And this is what we're going to have here when we come back in just a couple moments, everybody. We'll give you a quick little rundown in a couple minutes when we get back, as we'll be ready to start the ball game. This is 30 seconds away from our first pitch. Here is Dave from our Game Changer Lounge at Zero Fox Sports. Check him out after our game, and he will help you out with some baseball cards.
Hey everybody, thanks for checking out the game in Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave, Zero Fox Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate you there, Dave, and your support of our channel. And in turn, we like to support Dave at Zero Fox Sports. After the game, be sure to check him out. Kirishima is completing his warm-up tosses, and we're about ready to get this one underway. It'll be the top of the order for the Lions here in the first inning. It'll be Kawanu, Genda, and Witt to face the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagle left-hander. And he has just about completed his warm-up tosses, and we're ready to get this one underway. It is a nice day for baseball. A little bit on the humid side, but that is what we have for weather in Tohoku. This is one of our favorite stadiums, just the way that it looks up. They don't necessarily get full crowds. They do not have one today. It is sparsely attended. It is a Ferris wheel in left field. It is a beautiful backdrop, but they do have the crowds that are late arriving sometimes, so we'll see how this one ends up faring. So here we go, ready for the live action as the left-hander gets ready to deliver. The first pitch is a fastball that misses inside for ball one, and the count is 1-0, and we're underway in Tohoku. So Kirishima ready to offer the second pitch to Kawano, who waits. And here he delivers. It is a fastball that just misses outside. They appeal down to the first base umpire, but they say Kawano didn't go. The count is now 2-0. This is only Kawano's second game in the NPB. He was 1 for 3. He had a RBI and a stolen base in his debut. He bats from the right side against the lefty Kirishima, and there's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is now 2-1. It is 66 degrees in Tohoku right now. And they are saying that there is possible rain in the area, but that won't come until later. There is some humidity. The players are got their sleeves on underneath their jerseys. Some of them do. And there's a fastball swung on. It's grounded foul over on the third base side. And the count is now 2-2 to Kawano. They also say that there is fog advisories in the area as well. There's more toward the line of right now cloud, and then showers will kick in around 8 o'clock tonight, but that'll be well after the ball game. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. And Kawano goes down on strikes for the first out of the ball game. And that'll bring up the veteran shortstop Suzuki Genda. So 1 up and 1 away, and Genda strides to the plate. He's batting .238 on the season. He's got a homer and 4 RBIs. Genda digs in, and he's waiting on the first offering from the left-hander Kirishima. So left-hander against the left-hander. Kirishima rocks into the motion, and he kicks and fires. It is a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Genda wears the C on his jersey. He's getting the nod at shortstop. And he waits on the offering from the lefty. There is a fastball that just misses down, and the count goes even to 1-1. Genda has missed some time this season. He's only played in 52 ball games so far for the Lions. And here comes the 1-1 offering. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded to the left side of the infield. It takes a funny bounce over Moji's head. It is fielded by the shortstop Yamazaki, but there's going to be no throw to first base. Genda is going to reach on an infield single. A little bit of a crazy hop. And ball basically was struck, and it hit on the surface just in front of home plate. And it went right up over top of the third baseman Moji's head. The shortstop was able to run it down, but Genda has got himself aboard here with a single in the first inning, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, Jansen Witt. For Witt on the season, he's batting .158. He's got a homer and 3 RBIs. He is 9 for 57 since coming to the NPB. Here's the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Witt. The lefty Kirishima gets his sign from his catcher Oda. And now he comes set at the chest. He checks the runner at first. He checks him again. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball, but time has been called at home plate. As Jansen Witt had asked for time, he felt that the pitcher had taken far too long. And that ball is not going to count as a pitch there. There'll be no pitch. So no balls and 1 strike to Witt. Witt has struggled to get things going here. And sometimes when you're an import player, you have to produce quickly or you could be gone just as quick. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-1. Brian O'Grady made a good first impression. His teammate here, he got off to a good start, but he has slowed as of late. O'Grady's got 11 homers and 36 RBIs. We'll get to him in a few as he's batting 6th in the order. 3 import players in the game for the Lions today, with Birch Smith on the mound for the Lions. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that catches the inside corner. And we've got the count at 1-2, but we'll have to see what the official is here. There it is. First put up 2 balls and a strike, and we thought there was already a strike there. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Witt. The lefty holds at the chest. Kirishima ready to deliver. And instead he throws over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Genda. Genda is a threat to steal. He has been able to run in the past. He's got 6 stolen bases on the year this year. Years past, he has been able to swipe some bags. He's stolen over 30 bases 3 times in his career, but last couple of seasons he has lost a step or so. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is tap foul. It's just going to reach the third base dugout, and that's going to keep the count at 1-2 to Witt. That last pitch was a changeup from Kirishima. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Witt. We're here in the top of the first inning. The runner at first is Genda. There is 1 gone. And Witt digs himself in. He's got a slightly open stance against the lefty Kirishima. And again, Kirishima throws a token toss over to first base. We've seen 2 different moves. Neither one has been very impressive. We'll keep an eye on the base runner Genda here. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses off the outside corner, and the count now runs even at 2-2 to Witt. We got W. Vogs in the house tonight. We welcome him. Thanks for stopping by. So Witt waggles the bat. Our friend W. Vogs, who checks in, he's a Carolina native. So now they've got 2 of the top picks in the NFL draft playing football at the same position for the Panthers, as he's a big fan there. There was a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to short. Over to second for 1. Back to first. That's going to be a double play as Witt grounds into the 6-4-3. And that is going to do it here for the Lions in their half of the first inning. There was no runs in the inning on 1 hit. There were no errors and nobody left the board. We're through a half inning. It is the Seibu Seibu Lions nothing. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles coming to bat. We'll be back with the call at the bottom of the first inning in just a couple moments, everybody. We're glad you guys could be here with us today. Here's our friend Steve.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. Be sure after the game to go check out his channel, whether it's Money Money Monday, Takeover Tuesday, the Saturday morning cartoons, or the Sunday shoutouts. Steve has got a little bit of something there for everybody. So here we go. We are now moving to the bottom of the first inning, and Birch Smith is completing his warm-up tosses. We'll be ready to get this one going here in just a couple moments. It'll be Nishikawa, Kobakata, and Asamura, the 1, 2, 3 hitters in the batting order to face the right-hander. And it'll be the first time we've seen Birch Smith live this year. He hasn't appeared in a lot of ball games for the Lions. He's going to be appearing in, this is ball game number 4. So Smith on the hill here to face Nishikawa. As we said, he's worked 14 1/3 innings this year. He's struck out 10 in his 14 1/3 innings of work. So be curious to see how he goes through the NPB here his first time through. So here comes the left fielder Nishikawa. Nishikawa is batting .226 on the season. He's got 6 homers and 29 RBIs. who was the Pacific League Player of the Month in March, April. There's a breaking ball that misses for the first pitch from Smith, and the count is 1-0. But he has really, really struggled through the month of May and June. His average has absolutely plummeted. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. Nishikawa is in his first year with the Golden Eagles. He came over from the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters, as he has been the mainstay in left field for pretty much most of the season. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is now 2-1. He can run a little bit. He's got 14 stolen bases on the year. He'll be a tough guy to be able to get on ground balls in the infield, as he will put a lot of pressure on the defense with his speed. There's a fastball that misses just a bit down, and that runs the count to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lots of hitters here. We've only seen 4 hitters, 3 in the top of the inning and 1 here, and always asking for time and stepping out. Nishikawa does that here to Smith. Now here's Smith back to work. It is a fastball that misses down. And the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nishikawa. He is the table center for the Golden Eagles, looking to get on base. The second baseman, Hiroto Kobakata, waits on deck. And here comes the 3-2 offering. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. And Nishikawa's got himself a leadoff walk here to start the ball game, and that's going to bring Hiroto Kobakata to the plate. For Kobakata on the season, he's hitting .262 with no homers and 12 RBIs. So Nishikawa here, be curious to see how they're going to attack Smith, if they're going to steal him straight over, or if they're going to have Kobakata bunt. Kobakata is very good with the bat. He is, last couple of seasons, dropped a lot of sacrifice bunts. And he is in this position for a reason. We'll see right off the bat. He does like to square early. And Smith throws over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner Nishikawa. For Kobakata on the season, he's batting that .262. Not a lot of pop in the stick. He's got no homers. There's another throw over to first, and again, Nishikawa goes diving back. To see how quick Smith is to the plate. Get a feel for it here. Here's his first pitch. It is a breaking ball. There goes the runner. There's the throw down to second, and it is not in time, as Nishikawa has now got himself in scoring position with a stolen base. I will say this, that in my opinion, that Smith was rather slow to the plate. He delivered a breaking ball, and he had a high leg kick. Great pitch to be able to run on. Nishikawa was able to steal the base safely. The throw was a decent throw by the catcher, Koga, but he really didn't have a chance to be able to get Nishikawa, as he had a good jump on the pitcher. So 1 strike it is. Kobakata, as it was called, to strike that first pitch. And there is a fastball swung on it. It is grounded foul down the first base line, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Kobakata. Smith gets himself a new baseball, and he rubs it up. Kobakata digs in. He chokes up a little bit on the bat. Smith gets the sign from the catcher, Koga, and he comes set to the belt. He checks the runner, Nishikawa, at second. He checks again, and now he delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right center field. This ball is going to get down. It's up the gap. And that is going to score Nishikawa as he rounds third, heading home. And here comes the throw into third, and sliding in safely is Kobakata with a triple. So Kobakata is going to get himself an RBI triple. And Nishikawa is going to score the first run of the ball game. And just like that, the Golden Eagles are flapping their wings, and they're off and soaring here in the bottom of the first inning, as Kobakata has got himself an RBI. So that's going to bring up the designated hitter, Hideto Asamura. It's not going to get any easier for Birch Smith. It is a very strong lineup today for the Golden Eagles. Asamura steps to the plate. He's hitting .262. He's got 14 homers and 48 runs batted in. His production has been much better this season, at least in terms of the RBI department. There's a first pitch fastball that he swings at and fouls away. The count is 0-1. A couple of years ago, Asamura hit over 30 homers and drove in 100 plus. He tapered off a little bit last year, but he's enjoying a nice bounce-back campaign. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Smith rocks into the windup and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle, backhanded by the second baseman who throws to first. But Asamura is going to get the job done. It's going to be an RBI ground out as Kobakata will score from third base to give the Eagles a 2-0 lead. It'll be a ground out 4-3 for the first out of the inning. But collecting the RBI is Asamura, and that will bring up the right fielder, Hiroki Shimochi. For Shimochi on the season, he's batting .278. He's got 6 homers and 38 runs batted in. This particular part of the batting order with Asamura and Shimochi, these are 2 professional hitters. The first pitch is a breaking ball that misses in, and the count is 1-0 to Shimochi. For this particular level of play, Shimochi is a tough out. The more important the game, this is the guy you want batting. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 2-0. He had a very strong playoff last year for the Golden Eagles. When it comes to crunch time, he is the guy you want at the plate. There is a fastball that catches the inside corner, and the count is now 2-1. He'll be followed by the first baseman, Ginji. So here comes the 2-1 offering. Smith rocks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 3-1. The Lions over the last couple of years would probably have said that they didn't get a lot from their import players or get enough. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is now 3-2. Sort of stood Shimochi up a little bit there. He thought that pitch may have been a bit up high in the zone. But 3-2 it is. And so here comes the offering from Smith, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. That is going to be the second walk of the inning. Shimochi has got himself aboard here with 1 out, and that will bring up the first baseman, Ginji, and it's going to bring a quick visit of the pitching coach out to the mound to have a word with Bert Smith. Jansen Witt and the rest of the infield are in. They have the interpreter on the mound. So be curious to see what is delivered to the starting pitcher. One thing I haven't noticed here with Smith is it's their first time we've seen him. He doesn't particularly possess an overpowering fastball. He seems to have about a 3-pitch mix that we've witnessed here. He's got a breaking ball, he's got a fastball, he's got a changeup. But he's looking for the command of his pitches right now. He's having a bit of difficulty getting his release point. So Ginji steps up to the plate. The first pitch is a fastball that is swung on. It is popped up in shallow left center field. Coming in underneath it is the center fielder, Hasegawa. He's going to make the catch. Just like that, Ginji is gone for the second out of the inning. That will leave it up to Igor Moji, the third baseman. For Moji, he is batting .194 on the season. He's got a couple of homers and 5 RBIs. He was one of the players last year, whenever we watched the Golden Eagles play, he was absolutely outstanding to watch. He always had big games, big moments. Usually it was his second at bat where he would come around after seeing the pitchers at least once. This is his 22nd game of the season. He missed quite a bit of time the month of April and May. Here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Moji. Moji always comes to the plate and traditionally gives the home plate umpire a courtesy bow. He bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Birch. He's really up on the plate. Goes right on the chalk, and here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball that swung on and lifted foul over on the third base side. That runs the count to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Moji. Smith leans in and he gets the sign from the catcher Koga as he's ready to go back to work. The runner at first is Shimochi as there's 2 away here in the first inning. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count is 1-2. Smith takes his time and saunters back to the top of the hill. That pitch was pretty close. So here comes the 1-2 offering to Moji. And instead, Smith steps off the back of the rubber and wipes his hand off the side of his leg, and now he's going to get back on and go back to work. Here comes the 1-2 offering. He kicks and he fires. It is a fastball swung on. It is chopped over toward third. It is fielded, and they have to hurry. A nice play by the third baseman, Kawanu, ranging to his left to cut off the ball. And he fires to first, and Moji is gone for the third out of the inning. So for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles in their half of the first, they had 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of only 1 hit. There were no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 1 complete. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 2, the Seibu Seibu Lions. No score. We'll be back in just a moment, everybody, with the call at the top of the second inning. Glad you guys could be with us tonight. Hold tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this from our friend Steve.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the Seibu Lions batting order coming up to face the left-hander Wataru Kirishima here in the top of the second inning. It's going to be Hataka Yamakawa, Shuta Tonosaki, and Brian O'Grady. It is a 2-0 lead here for the Golden Eagles as they scored 2 in their bottom half of the first inning. And here comes the first offering from the lefty Kirishima, who kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is line foul down the left field line. Yamakawa absolutely torched that one, but he just hooked it foul. The count is 0-1. For Yamakawa on the season, he is batting .283. He's got 26 homers and 53 runs batted in. Big fella is having himself a fine campaign in the first half of the year. And here's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-1. He is in a zone, you would say. The right-hander is digging himself in, and he's ready on the offering from the lefty Kirishima. He rocks into the motion, and now he kicks and delivers. And it is a breaking ball that is waved at and missed, and now the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. The career high for Yamakawa has been 47 homers. He had that back in 2018. He hit 43 in 2019. The last 2 years, he's only hit 24. He's had some limited duty, but one would think he's going to be back to those type of numbers that he did have back in 18 and 19. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kirishima rocks into the motion. He kicks and he fires. There's a breaking ball that just misses down, and the count is 3-2. The catcher wanted that pitch for sure. The home plate umpire wasn't biting. Huda does a pretty decent job of receiving pitches. And here comes the payoff pitch. Kirishima rocks into the motion. He kicks and he delivers. It is a breaking ball that is swung on and grounded foul just past the bag at third base. It's going to keep the count at 3-2 to Yamakawa. It'll be Shuta Tonosaki who waits his turn on deck. When you don't see these teams every day, you get an impression from certain players. And sometimes that gets a pattern in mind, maybe unfairly so. When you watch teams every day, you get a better feel for how they play. There's a breaking ball swung on its tap foul behind home plate. It's going to keep the count at 3-2. So certainly Yamakawa, we've seen enough of him where when we've called the games that he is very impressive in terms of his power and his consistency. So here comes the 3-2 offering. And the lefty Kirishima delivers a breaking ball down, and it is going to be a leadoff walk here for Yamakawa. And so he's going to start the second inning with a walk, and that's going to bring up Shuta Tonosaki. And so just as Yamakawa is very impressive, we've seen some games from Tonosaki that have been absolute howlers. Some of his defensive play, some of his base running, his judgments. He's batting .223 on the season. He's got 4 homers and 24 runs batted in. And again, it may be unfair because we're not seeing him all the time. As we said, when you get a chance to see the players every single day, day in and day out, that really gets the way to shape your view of the player. But Tonosaki is somebody that we don't see play every day. But when we have, he's struggled a little bit on the defensive side and also the base running shenanigans. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The lefty Kirishima is not overpowering by any stretch. He's got 17 strikeouts in his 35 innings. He is a pitch-to-contact type of pitcher. He also does a pretty good job of hitting his spots. So here comes the 0-1. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down. It's smothered by the catcher, Oda. The plate umpire asks for time, and they're going to exchange the baseball. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Tonosaki waiting on the offering from the lefty Kirishima, who works from the stretch. He checks the runner at first, and now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Tonosaki. Just a few programming notes. We're going to be back on the air again tomorrow night. But tomorrow night, we're going to be doing the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. That game is going to go at 9 p.m. Pacific or midnight Eastern. So if you're on the west coast of Canada and United States or on the east coast, those are the times. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count runs to 3-1 on Tonosaki. This isn't what the Eagles had in mind. When you go out and score a couple of runs in the bottom of the inning, you want to come back and put up a 0. But Kirishima is about ready to put another base runner aboard here with nobody out. Here's the 3-1 offering now to Tonosaki. And Kirishima kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down. It's back-to-back walks. And that is going to bring up the left fielder, Brian O'Grady. It's also going to bring a visit out to the mound from the catcher, Oda, to talk to his left-hander. So O'Grady on the season is batting .234. He's got 11 homers and 36 runs batted in. As we said at the first inning when Jansen Witt was batting, he has started his campaign. He was really hot. Average-wise, he's cooled off. But he's got some juice in the bat. That is something that has to play out when you're over in Japan or in Korea, whenever the North American or the Latin players go over. So O'Grady batting from the left side, waiting on the first offering from Kirishima, who kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that just misses down, and the count is 1-0. O'Grady's a solid package. Not a big fella, but he's got decent size for his thickness, I guess I would say, for his height. He runs fairly well. Here comes the 1-0 offering. And it is a breaking ball that is swung on. It is popped up in the infield. The infield fly rule is in effect. The third baseman, Moji, makes the catch. And that is going to retire O'Grady for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Wataru Takagi. Takagi is batting 100 on the season. He's only had 30 at-bats. He's got no homers and 1 run batted in. There are some players in the lineup today for the Lions that are getting the nod today that we don't normally see or recognize, some of the younger players. At the top of the order, Kawano is one of those players as well, who is only in his second NPB game, and Hasegawa, who's at the bottom of the order, has only had 9 at-bats this year. So here comes the first offering to Takagi. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The shortstop, Yamazaki, flashing signs to his pitcher, communicating what they want to do with the runner at second base. Yamakawa gets his lead. And here comes the offering from the lefty Terashima. It's a breaking ball that is waved out and missed, and now the count is 0-2. It looked like man against boys on that last pitch. Takagi just waving at the pitch as it went by. So here comes the 0-2 offering. We got Alexander Leggett in the house. Welcome. Thanks for coming. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted to right field. The ball is going to get down for a base hit. Shimauchi comes up throwing, but stopping at third is Yamakawa. That is a base hit. It is going to load the bases. It is going to be full of Lions. And that is going to bring the catcher Yuto Koga to the plate. So for Koga on the season, he's batting 158. He's got no homers and 2 RBIs. The bases are full of Lions. Alexander checking in. He says, sorry for being late, like we're making an attendance at school here. Although we have to say we might have to dock you a couple of points there, Alexander, for being a bit behind. So bases are full of Lions. Koga steps up to the plate. There is 1 out here. He bats from the right side against the left-handed throwing Kirishima. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. And it looks like we're going to get some showers in the area. They did say there was going to be some showers. There is cloud. So they're playing right now in a little bit of rain. So no balls and 1 strike. And here comes the 0-1 offering. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count is now 0-2 to Koga. Our friend Alexander says about Shimochi keeping up that consistent performance. Yeah, he had a walk in the bottom of the first inning. No damage caused by him, though. Alexander said if it was school, he'd have the truancy officer on him by now. Most likely so. There's a breaking ball that misses down. They appeal over to the first base umpire, and they said he went. So Koga is gone on strikes. He is out for the second out of the inning. That pitch was well down in the dirt, and he just left his bat out there. Easy decision for the base umpire to have to make the call. So 2 away, and that's going to bring up the center fielder, Shinya Hasegawa. For Hasegawa, he is 0 for 9 on the season. Another young player getting the start today. So bases are full of Lions. There is 2 gone. The showers are still in the area here. And here's the first pitch. It is a fastball that misses on the outside corner for ball 1. When we did the Braves the other day, I'm not so sure about we had a 2.5-hour rain delay. I don't think I'm prepared to sit through a 2.5-hour rain delay tonight. We would probably have to do a little bit of channel surfing if the tarps ended up coming out here. And here comes the 1-0 offering. It's a breaking ball that misses down. The count is 2-0. We are going to be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night, but tomorrow an earlier start. As we mentioned, it's going to be the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters, 9 p.m. Pacific or midnight Eastern. Alexander said he wasn't sure about the pitch that was called a strike on the breaking ball. I think he went far enough. He certainly offered at it. He didn't do anything to change the umpire's mind. He left the bat right out there. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1 to Hasegawa. But he left the bat. That's the problem. By leaving it out there was only entertaining the call. If he pulled it back, then maybe he would have had the opportunity to have got the call his way. 2 balls and 1 strike to Hasegawa. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. They kick and they deliver. It's a breaking ball swung on it. It's grounded over to third. It is fielded by Moji. He goes to second. It's going to be a fielder's choice, 5-4 to end the inning. The Lions are going to lament this one. They threaten, but they do not score. There was no runs in the inning. There was 1 hit. There were no errors and 3 left aboard. We are now through 1.5 innings. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 2. The Seibu Seibu Lions, nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. We're glad y'all could make it in here tonight. We'll be right back after this from our friend Matt Hollis.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just 1 roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom half of the second inning. It is going to be the 7, 8, 9 hitters in the order for the Golden Eagles. It'll be Muto, Ota, and Yamazaki to face the right-hander Bert Smith. The rain is still coming down in the area, and they're still going to continue to play. The umbrellas are up in some areas. The raincoats are out. That is the beauty of playing outdoor baseball on natural grass. That is what they're going to be playing in here now, as the rain has actually picked up a little bit. But they must know something we don't. As we said, said there is rain in the area. It is supposed to be mostly cloudy from once they get through this little bit. Here comes the first offering from Bert Smith. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. I remember years ago being in Europe, and we were playing in basically steady rain for the whole game. There's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count is 2-0. Trying to get the games in the early season of April, and it's just rain and rain and rain. It makes it quite difficult, unpleasant to play in. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into foul territory on the third base side. Racing in is the third baseman, Kawano, and he's going to slide and make the catch. And Muto is going to be retired for the first out of the inning. I wasn't sure that was going to happen. Just the way it went, he popped it up, and everything just seemed to be developing very slowly. I don't know if it's because of the rain. The catcher had gone over. Probably an easier play for the third baseman running it in than it was for the catcher. The third baseman had to come all the way in, and he had to reach back as he was almost to the on-deck circle. But he is able to make the catch and secure it for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Hikari Oda. For Oda, he is batting on the season 240. He's got a homer and 7 RBIs. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Oda actually got off to a very strong start, but he has tapered off as of late as well. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lined right to the shortstop, Genda, and that is going to retire Oda for the second out of the inning. That is going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Tsuyoshi Yamazaki. It was a good swing by the catcher, Oda. He hit the ball right on the screws. It was a breaking ball that hung from Smith. And he turned on that pitch and hit a line drive right to the shortstop, Genda. So Yamazaki comes to the plate. He's batting 128 on the season. He's got a homer and 5 RBIs. He gets the start at shortstop today, and there's a breaking ball that misses outside. The count is 1-0. Looks like the rain have settled down now, and they're carrying on. It may be off and on showers. As we said, there's cloud in the area. There's a breaking ball that's drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Yamazaki batting from the left side against the right-handed throwing Smith. There is a changeup that is swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. Yamazaki was way out in front of it. He was literally running out of the batter's box on that swing. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Smith rocks into the motion and he delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined down the left field line, and it's just going to go foul. Just sliced it down the left field line, just a little bit to the left of the foul line there. We're going to look at it again, maybe 6 inches, if that. It's going to keep the count at 1-2 to Yamazaki. So Yamazaki digs himself in, and he's ready on the offering from the right-hander Smith. Smith gets the sign from his catcher, Koga. And now he rocks into the motion. He kicks and he delivers. It is a fastball that misses upstairs. And the count is now 2-2. The rain is coming back again. As we said, it's been off and on. It looked like it had tapered a little bit. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is the 9-hole hitter, Yamazaki. Smith rocks into the delivery. There's a breaking ball swung on. It's fouled away down the left field line, and the count remains at 3-2. Kind of curious to see how much they'll play in this stuff. The concern would be more the footing for the pitcher right now, is if it starts to get slick, if they're going to have to bring the grounds crew out in between inning to do a little bit of mound work. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded softly over to second, fielded neatly by the second baseman, Tanasaki, who throws to first, and that is going to do it. It's going to be a ground out, 4-3. Yamazaki is retired for the 3rd out of the inning. The Eagles go quietly. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now through 2 complete innings. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 2, the Saitama Seibu Lions nothing. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back with the top of the 3rd inning in just a couple moments. Here's our friend Steve Rademacher checking in. Be sure to check out his channel after the game, because we appreciate his support of our channel, and hopefully you can support him too.
Hello, kids. Steve coming at you. It's Steve Rademacher. And if you like interesting stuff, if you like to laugh a little bit, and if you enjoy collecting, this channel's for you. If you like non-sport cards, we have them. You like pseudo-sport cards, we open them. Even if you like entire boxes of completely pointless stuff or other sports, we have everything here. I drop a different video every day, and there's always a theme to it, from No Filter Friday to Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday shoutouts. Once in a while, we'll get a little froggy and show Money Money Monday, where I showcase a bunch of my currency. We have Legos, we have Star Wars, we have a good time. We even have my brother on Takeover Tuesday. Be there or be square. Back to Freddy.
That's right, everybody. Be sure to check out Steve Rademacher after the game. Let him know Last Drafts Baseball sent you and tell him that he needs to get that hair finally cut. It's whether it be Saturday morning cartoons, which are now up live, or the Sunday morning shoutouts, or maybe even Money Monday or Takeover Tuesday. Be sure to check out his channel after the ball game. We're now moving to the top of the third inning. It is going to be the top of the order coming up to bat for the Lions. It'll be Kawano, Genda, and Witt. They went down unconventionally in order back in the first inning. And so Kawano steps to the plate. He is 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. And here comes the first offering from the lefty Kirishima. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses outside, and the count is 1-0. We've got our friend CV Baseball Card Collector in the house, and we welcome you, and thanks for stopping in tonight. 1 ball and no strikes. Kawano waiting from the offering from the lefty Kirishima, who rocks into the motion. He kicks and he delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This is lifted into shallow right center field. Moving over on it is the center fielder, Muto, who takes it. And that is going to be out number 1 as Kawano is retired. So 1 up and 1 away, and that will bring up the shortstop, Suzuki Genda. For Genda, he is 1 for 1 today. He was erased on a double play back in the first inning. He's got himself a knock tonight. He has struggled a little bit at the plate this year, the left-handed hitting shortstop, and here comes the first offering. He squares the bunt, but he pulls back as that's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Genda. Genda has raised his season average to 242. He's got a homer and 4 RBIs. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. Our friend CV Baseball Card Collector says, so is the next big or other star to leap to the MLB? The draft is coming up. Well, the MLB draft, unfortunately, doesn't feature Japanese players. They would have to be international signings. The only players that are eligible for the draft are the Canadians, the Puerto Ricans, Americans, anybody who has maybe played college ball in North America. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 2-1. Arguably the biggest sensation right now for the Chibalote Marines is the pitcher Roki Sasaki, who regularly sits around 100 miles an hour. As that breaking ball is fouled away and lifted into the seats over by the third base dugout, the count is 2-2. So probably Roki Sasaki, in terms of arms in the Pacific League, one would have to think that Morishita, the pitcher for the Carp, is one to keep an eye on as well. In terms of young guns, also Yoshinobu Yamamoto, there's a breaking ball that misses down to Genda, and the count's now 3-2. Yamamoto is with the Oryx Buffaloes. He is regularly brings up mid-upper 90s fastballs. My only concern about Yamamoto, and there's a breaking ball swung on it, is lifted into left center field. This ball is going to get down, and it's going to get up the gap. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Genda's digging for second. He rounds second. He's heading for third. Here comes the throw, and it is not in time. Genda has got himself a 1-out triple here in the third inning. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, Jansen Witt. So Genda goes the other way, hits that ball into the opposite field gap. A lot of real estate out there as the center fielder and the left fielder had to chase it down. Muto had picked it up and fired it back in. It was a pretty good relay, but just not in time to get the speedy Genda. So he is aboard with a triple, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, Witt. For Witt, he is 0 for 1 today. He grounded into that double play his first time up, and just as the rain was coming down a few moments ago, the sun is now out. So nothing like a little shower before you get some sun rays on you. So here comes the first offering to Witt. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So those are the 3 pitchers that I would have in mind that I think are the arms that you would be interested in. So Yamamoto, my knock on Yamamoto is he's a bit of a small righty physically. I do like Morishita, and I certainly like Roki Sasaki. Hard not to like those guys. Offensively, there's a breaking ball swung on. It is tapped slowly over to short. It is fielded by Yamazaki. He throws to first. But Witt does his job as he knocks in Genda. That's the first run of the game for the Lions. And they have cut into the lead. It is now 2-1. It's a ground out 6-3, but he collects an RBI. That is the second out of the inning, and that is going to bring up the designated hitter, Hataka Yamakawa. Offensively, what I like the third baseman, Murakami, for the Swallows. He is a big fella. He's smashing home runs out like crazy right now, and he's only 21 years old, if my memory serves me correct. And if he's not 21, he's freshly 22. My knock on him is defensively, he could use a little bit more work. They've got him playing third base right now, and he's a bit of a work in progress. Don't know if I like his footwork. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Another player I like for the Hanshin Tigers is, I believe it's Sano. He plays right field and third base. He really fills out a uniform well. And here comes the 1-0 offering to Yamakawa. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So those are arguably the two players that really pop for me. But they're going to be a few years away till they get posted. I don't see either of those guys coming for at least 3 or 4 or 5 more years until they're more veteran status. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and the count is now 1-2 to Yamakawa. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see what they have in mind if one of those clubs decide to post them. In the Pacific League, players that I think that could be potentially posted. And here's the 1-2 pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It's tap foul behind home plate. Count is 1-2. Right now, there's nothing that excites me for the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. Nothing at all. The Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, some of their players are a little long in their years. Like Yuki Yanagita, maybe a few years ago, would have been a kind of guy that would have been maybe somebody to have given thought to come to the major leagues, but it's on the wrong side of 30 now. Here's the 1-2 pitch. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2 to Yamakawa. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. They do have another player over in Fukuoka, a younger player, and I can't remember off the top of my head who the player is. He hurt his knee early in the year. He's missing quite a bit of time. He was an outfielder, and he came up as a catcher. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is going to remain at 2-2. That ball was tomahawk foul as Yamakawa is dealing out some souvenirs. That pitch was a breaking ball that looked like a high school breaking ball, how much it hung up there. He attacked it and drilled that thing foul into the seat. Somebody's going to get themselves a souvenir. So here comes the 2-2 again. He kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed, and Yamakawa is gone on strikes for the third out of the inning. But there's been some damage here as the Lions got themselves a run on 1 hit. There were no errors and nobody left aboard. We're now through 2.5. It is the Saitama Seibu Lions trailing the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 2-1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back with the call at the bottom of the third inning. After this, from our friend Steve again.
Domo arigato. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm new at this. Thank you for watching Last Raps Baseball. Tell all your friends and family to come check him out, ask some questions during the telecast, and give him a good sub and a thumbs up. And this is Steve coming back at you, and some new things on my channel. Star Wars figures that everybody likes. We have Mad magazines from the 1970s. We try to avoid the Noid. And for your pleasure, once in a while, we can open up Michael Jackson if you want, the cards. We have Elvis. We have Sadahar O. We love everything that is everything, so we even have the Beatles fighting with lightsabers. Look at that, John and George. Once in a while, we'll even have my brother take over my channel on a Tuesday. So once again, everybody tell your friends, come see Freddie at Last Raps Baseball. And right now, I'm going to kick it right back to you, Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. Make sure you guys go over and let him know that he's got to get a haircut. And That will help him certainly run a little bit quicker and move a little bit faster. It is that time of the year he needs to get a bit of a trim. All right, everybody, it's the top of the order. It's going to be Haruki Nishikawa, Hiroto Kobakata, and Hideto Asamura. We've got 4 H's in a row to start at the top of the order for the Golden Eagles. So Nishikawa, Kobakata, and Asamura to get things going. Nishikawa steps up to the plate. He has walked his first time up, and he stole the base. And he came around with the first run of the ball game. Here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. Our friend CB Baseball Card Collector says it seems the Japanese leagues have higher caliber players than the other foreign leagues, than the Korean League and the LMB. And there is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. And you're absolutely correct. The Japanese league, the NPB, it's a 12-team league. Well, it's 6 in the central, actually 2 leagues that are in the that play in the NPB. There's the Central League and the Pacific League. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball that swung on and missed, and the count goes to 1-2. The part there that I want to point out is that the foreign leagues in particular, there is a higher caliber of play in the Japanese league. The higher caliber play, you look at the players that come over, you look at the pedigree that they have, it's much better. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and fouled away. And even the quality of the players. It's not anything to knock the Koreans or the Taiwanese. Certainly the players that are coming over to the major leagues, some of the Japanese players. In fact, I believe that there are some Japanese players that are currently playing in Japan that could probably play in the major leagues. But I think the question comes in is, just like when a North American player goes over to Japan, how are they going to be able to make an impact? How are they going to be able to give them something there? There's a breaking ball that misses up to Nishikawa, and the count is 2-2. So in other words, when you bring a Japanese player over to the United States, you're going to displace a player that has a job over here, which is understood. But how much better is that Japanese player? Well, it's easy when you see a Shohei Ohtani. He's one of the best in the world. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 3-2. But there's all kinds of other guys that are a dime a dozen. And when you think of major league players on some of the rosters, especially in the big leagues on some of the teams that are really struggling, you think of the Cincinnati Reds, there's a lot of guys that are masquerading as major league players on that roster right now. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and that is going to be ball 4. Nishikawa is going to get his second walk of the ball game. And he is aboard, and that's going to bring up Hiroto Kobakata. And the rain is coming back again. It's the off and on showers that we are seeing here. It is going to be Nishikawa goes to first, and Kobakata, and the fans in the stands are bringing out their rain gear again. Kobakata has an RBI triple in this one here. He knocked in the first run of the ball game. He later came around and scored himself. He is 1 for 1 here as they bats in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And throwing over to first base is Smith, and getting back in time is Nishikawa. So as I was talking about some of that stuff, yeah, definitely the players, they have to come over and be able to produce. I like some of the players that are in the Japanese league, but I look at them and I say, how much better would they be if they came over to Major League Baseball? And there's a first pitch fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. There's all kinds of players across Major League Baseball that are hanging on, trying to keep their name in the big leagues. Again, Smith throws over to first, and again diving back is Nishikawa. As I said about Yanagita with the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, he would have been somebody I would like to have seen a few years ago. I would also like to have seen Tetsudo Yamada possibly come across from the Yakult Swallows. He's a run-producing second baseman. We've got Troy in the house tonight. How you doing? Throwing over to first base is Smith, and diving back in time is the base runner Nishikawa. So 1 ball and no strikes. We'll have to keep our eye on Kobakata here. This might be a good pitch to hit and run on, as it's 1-0. He does have good bat-to-ball skills. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball. Down to second goes Nishikawa. The throw is down. It's not in time. And that is the second stolen base for Nishikawa tonight, as he's got himself in scoring position. We're going to have to see if that was a ball or a strike. The umpire called. We didn't see the signal go up. I think it might have been a ball up in the zone. So Nishikawa 2 for 2 in the stolen base department tonight. That is his 16th of the season. I would have to say he's running on the pitcher, not on the catcher for sure. And now Kobakata bunts. It's a good one. It's down to the third baseman. It is fielded neatly by Kawano. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Kobakata on a ground out on a sacrifice, 5-3. It's going to advance Nishikawa over to third. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter, Hideto Asamura. So Asamura steps to the plate. He is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out to the second baseman his last time up. He knocked himself a run, and it's pretty much the same situation right now. Except Nishikawa is the runner at third. Nishikawa advanced on that ground out again by the sacrifice by Kobakata. And Asamura looking for the similar type approach. Our friend CV Baseball Card Collector asked some questions. A few other things that you notice about the Japanese game that you don't see in North America is just the fundamental skills of the players, in my opinion, are better. And what I mean by that is there's a fastball that swung on and popped foul into the seats, and the count is 0-1. And what I mean by that is the Dominican players, the Puerto Ricans, the Venezuelans, the Americans, the Canadians, those who play in Major League Baseball, the physical size of the athlete, the overall size of the players are bigger. And as a collective whole, they can throw harder. In some cases, they run faster. There's just more overall talent in that regard. There's a fastball swung on, and that's fouled away. And so the game is played a little bit differently. They'll swing the bat and drive the ball into the gaps, and they're trying to hit the 3-run homer. But the small nuances of the game are often lost. And in Japan, the Japanese players, not that we don't have the exceptions like Yamakawa, who's in the lineup for the Seibu Seibu Lions tonight, some of the players, they just don't have the power. And so you play the game differently. You've got a bunt, you hit and run, you execute little plays, your first and thirds. And so in some ways, it's like the difference of watching the NBA and college basketball. There's a fastball that misses on the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-2. The NPB players are just a little too good. They don't miss. Whereas the college players, it's a 10-point game in the last 3 minutes can swing wildly either way. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded softly over to short. Genda fields it. He throws to first, and they are going to hold the runner, Kobakata, at third. As good as the first piece of hitting was from Asamura, that was not. As he was not able to punch the run home. It's going to go down as a ground out, 6-3 for the second out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Hiroki Shimochi. So just talking a little bit about the Japanese players, but the fundamentals, how they bunt, they slash, they are able to pick up on a lot of things, certain fundamental skills offensively that are kind of missed in North America. Although I have to say from time to time, you do see the North American players excelling in certain areas. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. If you want to get rid of the shift in the North American game, start bunting a little bit more. And start putting some more pressure on the defense. Teams, they just shy away from that. Here comes the 1-0 to Hiroki Shimochi. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle, and it's going to take a wicked hop and get by Genda into center field. And Shimochi's going to get himself a base hit, and they've already ruled it as a hit. He's got himself a single and an RBI. The ball is probably going to be played by Genda if it's routine, but it was nothing but routine. It took a wicked hop, almost took his head off. It looked like a routine ball. Hit off the pitcher's mound, and then it hit strangely, and it took a wicked hop off of Genda. Genda did get a glove to it, but as I said, it ricocheted off his glove into center field, and it's now a 3-1 lead for the Tohoku Rakuten Gold Eagles. It's going to bring the first baseman Ginji to the plate. So Genji steps in, and Birch Smith throws over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Shimochi. Genji is 0 for 1 tonight. He flew out to center field his first time up. He has not got any home runs this year. He's got no homers and 16 RBIs. He has been swinging the bat very well. There's a fastball swung on and fouled behind home plate. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Genji. As we mentioned earlier, we'll be back on again live tomorrow night, but an hour earlier, as we're going to be doing the Tohoku. We're going to be doing the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. So hopefully you can come in and join us for that one. Smith throws over to first base, and Shimauchi is diving back again safely. And here we go back over again with the 0-1 pitch to Genji. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball that's inside. Down goes to second, goes Shimauchi. The throw down is not in time. It is a stolen base for Shimauchi. And this right here is very, very noticeable. Birch Smith is going to have to go back into the lab and learn how to hold some runners. He has right now been, these bases are being stolen on him, not on the catcher. The throws have actually been pretty good. That might have been the worst of the 3 throws down to second base. But even that was pretty decent. But the base runners are just getting running jumps on the right-hander here. He's too slow to the plate. I don't have my stopwatch out on me, but I would say he is definitely north of 1-3. There is a breaking ball that's down. It is blocked by the catcher, but it pops up, gets a favorable bounce, and Shimauchi goes sliding into third. Looks like they've called him safe, but they Saitama Seibu Lions manager Suji is right up at the top of the dugout, and they want to go have a look at it. We're going to see what this call is going to be. So we're going to have a little pause in the action here as they're going to have to go in and take a look at this. The umpires are going in underneath the stands to have a review. Shimauchi is all covered in that dark dirt. The beautiful white uniforms that the Golden Eagles have are now is pretty much black all across the front. We're going to get a look at this one. The umpire rules it safe. He was right on top of the call, literally. If he was any closer, he would have been on the back of Shimauchi. It looked like he was wanting to ring him up. He started to go with the right hand. But it was a late safe call. So they are under the tunnel having a look here. Personally speaking, I think the throw may have been in time. The question is whether the tag was there or not is the next question. We'll get a different angle of it. Shimauchi, it looks like the glove. It's going to be, that was a different angle there. I'd like to see something a little bit more definitive. Shimauchi may have got in there in time on that angle there. So we're still waiting on the return. My philosophy always on this is if you've got to go in and you've taken too much time to review this, then the call on the field should stand. If you're looking at 5 different angles and you can't come up with a decision in a very short period of time, then we want to get this one back underway because the pitcher, Birch Smith, is just out there standing and waiting, and now his catcher's going back. They're going to have to throw a couple of warm-up tosses while we wait for the decision. And we still wait. I have to get our stopwatch out and see what the result of this is. We get a different angle look at it. If I had to make a decision on it, I think it's going to be a safe call. I think the call on the field is going to stand. But I've not been right very much this year. We're working at about probably the 60% rule. We still continue to wait for the umpires. When here they come. Here comes the home plate umpire. We're going to have a decision, and they flipped it over. They're going to call him out. It's going to be caught stealing. 2-5. That is going to end the inning. And so Shimauchi is the third out at third, which is a cardinal sin. But I have to say the ball was blocked by the catcher, Koga. And he did a great job of keeping it in front. But the Eagles in their half of the inning, they got a run in the inning On the benefit of one hit, there were no errors and nobody left the board. We are now through 3 complete. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3, the Seibu Seibu Lions 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple of moments. Here's our friend Steve with his new haircut.
Hello, friends. Steve coming back at you, a clean-shaven Steve. Thank you for watching Last Raps Baseball. And please continue to support my channel among others, like Another Hollis Build. Awesome commercial. And now I'll show you a few more things that we do have. We have toys, like this bobblehead Star Wars on wheels. We have Noids. We can't keep avoiding them forever. We do have Legos. Love my Legos. We have Origami Folder. Check him out. He's new into this, getting started, has good following already. We have Red Beard Breaks. And we also have these things that, in a pinch, will tell you what your temperature is. So, if you like all of this, and if you like Last Raps Baseball, join all of us. We'd love to have you. And I know you would enjoy us. Thank you, peace, good night, and cheers.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the 4th inning. It is going to be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the order coming up to bat for the Seibu Seibu Lions. That means it's Shuta Tonosaki, Brian O'Grady, and Wataru Takagi, as they are going to be coming to face the pitcher, the left-handed pitcher, Wataru Kirishima, for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. They are doing a little bit of field maintenance. We did have some rain that was going on. It's been off and on showers. And sometimes these showers have been rather heavy. The grounds crew has come out and has manicured the infield, and it looks beautiful. As we said, I really like this stadium. Get an opportunity to get there. It'd be kind of cool to see the left field Ferris wheel. And here comes the first offering. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Tonosaki. Left-hander Kirishima rocks into the motion. And now he kicks and he delivers. It is a fastball that is taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. Tonosaki sure didn't like the look of that one. I thought it looked pretty good. I thought that the home plate umpire was a little slow in going up the right hand. So no balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the 0-2. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count is 1-2. And we've got Quaffs who's come in tonight. We welcome you into the stream. We got a number of people in here listening. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shuta Tonosaki, as the left-hander Kirishima rocks into the motion, and he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're here in the top of the 4th inning. The Eagles have a 3-1 lead over the Seibu Seibu Lions. It is the leadoff hitter here, Tonosaki, to get things going in the 4th. And here comes the offering, and he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to third. Nice play by Moji. Digs it out of the dirt. He throws across the diamond, and they're going to nail Tonosaki by a step. It's going to go down as a ground out 5-3 for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Brian O'Grady. For O'Grady, he is 0-for-1 tonight. He popped out to the third baseman his first time up. It was an infield fly rule that was in effect as they had the runners at first and second when he popped it up. So O'Grady comes to the plate. They're really playing him off of the line. He bats from the left side against the lefty. And here comes the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses low, and the count is 1-0. There is such a thing as a shift in the NPB. This is probably as close to you see it. The shortstop Yamazaki is still to the left of second base. The third baseman Moji is almost into the 6 hole. Here's a pitch. It's a breaking ball that swung on and missed. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to O'Grady. Our friend Quaffs asked the question. He says, do you ever do the KBO? No, not usually. We watch it once in a while, and I'll give you my thoughts on that in a moment here. And there's a fastball swung on, and it is lined right to the first baseman, Genji. And that is going to retire Brian O'Grady for the second out of the inning. I watched quite a bit of the KBO in 2020, especially when ESPN was covering the feeds. Eduardo Perez and John Shambi were doing the play-by-play. And I found it that, in my opinion, the quality of the KBO, when you compare it to the NPB, just wasn't the same caliber of play. My thoughts on it were this, is that the KBO, that there are some very strong top-heavy teams, and there's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Some of the teams that are in the top part of the league are very, very good. And then some of the teams at the bottom part of the league, it is a real drop-off in talent. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-1. Not like we don't see that in Major League Baseball when you look at the team like the Cincinnati Reds, where you got guys that are at the major league level, but you have to wonder, are they really major league players at this point? Not that they don't have some guys in their lineup for sure. Certainly there's some prospects and stuff. There's a breaking ball swung at and fouled away, and the count is 1-2. So I do find the KBO a little bit painful to watch. But as I say, not because of the players. There are some good talent over there. There's just not enough of it. The depth of the league is the challenge. And there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 2-2. The Japanese league does seem to attract some of the better players from around and about. What I would call better players in Asia. They have some Taiwanese players that are in the league. I think of Chihao Sung of the Golden Eagles. In their bullpen, there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 3-2 to Takagi. Takagi does have a base hit. He had a single back in the second inning. He's now 4 for 31 on the season. And here comes the pitch. There's a fastball that misses down, and they appeal down to the third base umpire to see if he went around, and he didn't. The catcher was trying to sell it Oda. It looked like he was going to get the strike 3 call. We're going to go look at it again on the replay. The pitch was low. Ooh, boy, it looked like he did offer for it, but he's going to get the benefit of the doubt from the third base umpire. That's going to be ball 4. Our friend Alexander Leggett, who was in here earlier, thought one of the calls was a little bit harsh. Well, I think that one there was a little bit generous. So Yuto Koga at the plate. He is 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. And here comes the first offering as the rain starts to come back again. It's a breaking ball that misses down. And even in the NPB, there are certain teams that I try to shy away from, and I don't like to call particularly right now. And just out of that would be one of the teams we're going to call tomorrow night is the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. They are a very young team. Their manager is very energetic, but they are certainly behind. And when you think about it, they had 3 pitchers that they've lost that would be a part of their organization. They've all gone to Major League Baseball. There's a fastball that's down in the dirt, and the count is now 2-0. And those 3 players would be Yu Darvish, it would be Shohei Ohtani, and Kohei Arihara. So all 3 of those pitchers over the last 10 years have all bounced to Major League Baseball, and that's really weakens your group. Can you imagine a pitching staff of those 3 guys in the NPB? They'd be pretty much dominant. They'd be good for probably about 40 to 45 wins between the 3 of them, year in and year out. So here comes the 2-0 pitch. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball. Take it for a called strike, and the count is 2-1. The showers have picked up a little heavier now. So Kohei Arihara, as we said, Darvish and Ohtani. So they've sold those players off, have the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. They're building a brand new stadium. And I'm sure that probably they're looking at their costs. And the rain has really picked it up here in the 4th inning. And here's the 2-1 offering. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is now 2-2 to Koga. As they said, there's showers in the area. Just don't know how long this is supposed to go on for. They said for the first hour. We would have thought they might have been through this by now. Really, cloud is what they're calling for over the next 4 hours. Here comes the 2-2 offering. And it is a fastball that misses down, and the count now is 3-2 to Koga. Other team I try to stay away from in the we haven't really called much Central League stuff. We did some interleague play. That would have been the Chinichi Dragons. I try to stay away from them right now. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the offering from the lefty Kirishima. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it. His line down the left field line and is just going to hook foul. It was pretty much in the same spot in the last inning, where I believe it was 2 innings ago when Yamazaki hooked the ball down the left field line. For the Golden Eagles, it's going to keep the count at 3-2 to Koga. The runner at first is Takagi. He's going to be on the move. As soon as the pitch is delivered, Koga goes and gets himself a new bat. Our friend Quaff says, I don't really know much about the NPB. Who are some of the better teams right now? Well, in the Pacific League, the first place team is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. They'd won a number of championships in a row. They're one of the, I would say, more wealthy teams in the league. There's a breaking ball that's taken for a called third strike. And Koga goes down looking for the third out of the inning. Hold your thought there, Quaffs. We'll come back and answer that question in just a moment. We had no runs in the inning. There were no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 3.5. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3, the Seibu Seibu Lions 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back, and we'll talk more NPB baseball after this when we return. We're glad you guys are with us. Here's our friend Matt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Appreciate you there, Matt, and your support of our channel. And in turn, we like to support Matt Hollis. The rain is coming down a little bit harder right now in Tohoku. We'll keep an eye on this to see if they're going to bring out the tarps. We may have ourselves a rain delay here in Tohoku. We're going to see what is about to happen, but they're not. They are going to be rolling it back in. They're fighting through this here. As we said, they are speculating that it is going to be cloud over the next few hours and then later showers today. But it is raining right now, and they're going to continue to grind through it. It'll be Genji, Moji, and Muto to come to bat here in the last half of the 4th inning. Our friend Quas said he doesn't know a whole lot about it, so he was asking about the NPB, and he was saying, what are some of the better teams right now? So in the Pacific League, I started off by saying the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, they're in first place. They have a 2.5 game lead on the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles, who are playing here tonight. This is a battle of the 2-3 teams in the division. The Seibu Seibu Lions are 3 games back. Only a half game separate these two teams. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Genji. It's 54 pitches through the first 3 innings for Birch Smith. Smith on the mound. He's ready to go to work. He rocks into the motion. He kicks and he fires. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count goes even to 1-1. So I really like the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. They've got Masahiro Tanaka, the former New York Yankee ace, and they've got a number of quality arms that are on the ball club. There's a breaking ball swung on it, is tapped slowly over to third. Nice play by the third baseman, Kawano, who fields it and throws to first. That's going to get Genji on a ground out 5-3 for out number 1. That's going to bring up Igoro Moji to the plate. The rain is not just coming down, but it's coming down harder now. A lot of rain jackets are out, trying to keep the patrons dry. Moji steps to the plate. He's 0 for 1. He is grounded to third his first time up. Again, he does his traditional bow to the home plate umpire. The teams in the league, the top 3 teams in each league will make the playoffs. There's a fastball that is taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1, right at the knees for Moji. Good pitch by Smith, right on the inside corner at the knees. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a fastball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 0-2. Smith is working a little bit quicker now with tempo and pace, and he's also throwing a little bit harder. He's in the low 90s right now. So here comes the 0-2, but instead he steps off the backside. Now he's asked for time, wants to have a word with his catcher. So obviously they're not on the same page. But the top 4 teams making the playoffs, the Oryx Buffaloes, who represented the Pacific League in the finals last year, they're 7.5 back. So there's 5 teams within 7.5 games of the leader. I just don't know. I've seen Oryx play this year, and they haven't played with the same sort of jam or charisma that they had last year. So here comes the 0-2 offering. It is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 0-2 to Moji. So in my opinion, the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters, they're long gone. They're 14 games back. The Buffaloes at 7.5 back, they are still in the mix. They're only 5 games below 500. But it is going to be a battle for second and third place. There's a fastball swung on it. It's popped up over on the left side. It's playable. Coming over underneath it is Suzuki Genda as he approaches the left field foul line, and he makes the catch. That is going to retire Moji for the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up the center fielder at Atsuki Muto. Muto today is 0 for 1. He popped to third his first time up. So 0 for 1 today. As far as the Central League is concerned, as I said before, the only team that I don't necessarily want to call is the Chinichi Dragons, but I would also throw the Yokohama Dana Bay Stars in that mix too. The Yakult Swallows are at the top of the heap. There's a fastball that misses outside to Muto for ball 1, and the count's 1-0. The Swallows were the NPB champions last year, and they have a 12-game lead over the Yomiuri Giants. They are running away with the Central League right now. There's a fastball swung on it as pop foul. It's going to reach the seats over on the third base side. The count is even at 1-1. The Giants are playing fairly well. They're 43-41. There's only 2 teams above 500 in the Central League. The Swallows and the Giants, both the Tokyo-based teams. The Carp are 3 games below. They are in third place. And the Hanshin Tigers are a game behind them. And then we have the Bay Stars, which are a game and a half behind the Carp. As the breaking ball misses down to Muto, it's now 3 balls and 1 strike. So Smith gets the signal from his catcher. And he's ready to go back to work. Here comes the 3-1 offering. It's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into right center field. Moving over on it is the right fielder, drifting to his right. And that is Takagi, and he's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here for out number 3. So an easy inning for Birch Smith here in the 4th inning. There was no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 4 complete. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3, the Saitama Seibu Lions 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 5th inning in just a moment. We're glad you guys could be here with us tonight, and hope you enjoy listening to the sounds of the game. Here is our friend Dave.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for checking out the game. And Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave, Zero Thought Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Thanks again, Dave. And make sure you head over to the Game Changer Lounge at Zero Fox Sports. Check out Dave's channel when you get a chance. Let him know Last Drafts Baseball sent you. Here's another one of our Japanese Hall of Fame memories when we were over in Japan a couple of years ago. We have a few things to always share with you guys. Here they are now. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the fifth inning. It is going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order coming up for the Seibu Lions. The rain is persisting in Tohoku, but they are continuing to play through it. As we said, it is rain in the forecast, or showers in the forecast, and it's supposed to go away. But that is now getting a little bit later on. It's hanging around here a little longer than we anticipated. So Hasegawa will lead it off. He is the center fielder. He bats ninth, and it'll be Kawanu and Genda to follow. So 9, 1, 2 in the batting order. Here comes the first offering from the left-handed pitcher, Kirishima, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. Hasegawa bounced into a fielder's choice. His first time up, he stranded the bases loaded as he grounded out to third. Here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Quaffs asked the question. He says, what kind of salary structure does the NPB have? Any sort of salary cap or tax or anything like that? Well, I can't really comment on the tax portion. I don't know that part so well. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-2. But a lot of the players, if you're a AAA kind of guy or you don't have any major league experience and they end up signing you and bringing you across, seems to be the rule of thumb is about $750,000 US. There's a breaking ball swung on it. It's grounded up the middle. The ball has eyes as it gets through into center field, and Hasegawa is aboard with a base hit single. And it is going to be his first hit of the season. And the crowd for the Lions are acknowledging that. He's got himself a base hit. And that is going to bring up Kawanu. The ball there was chopped up the middle. Ranging to the left was Kobakata, but just out of his outstretched glove. So Hasegawa is aboard. And that'll bring Kawanu to the plate, who is 0 for 2 today. He has struck out and flown out to center. So, yeah, usually some of the players, they'll come over and they'll make an initial kind of outset. And guys who will go over, and I think about it, probably a guy like Jansen Witt, who is in the hole here, where he's going over and he's trying to get himself a payday. And there's two things that can happen. He's either going to impress somebody to come back to North America and he's going to get paid more, or he is going to decide to stay over there and make a career of it. So when I think of that, I think of Brandon Laird of the Chibalote Marines. Brandon Laird is in his 8th season in the NPB. First 4 years were with the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters, and then another 4 with the Chibalote Marines. Our friend Rania says, would you be satisfied with $750,000 a year? Yeah, absolutely. To start off, and especially a AAA player, guys who aren't making much money. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and they get an opportunity. You go over and make that kind of money, you'll be able to set yourself up for the rest of your life. And certainly take care of your family and those type of things. Now, once guys get over there, using Brandon Laird as an example, you can play yourself into much bigger contracts, and they throw over to first base. And diving back in time is the base runner Hasegawa, and the manager Ishii is actually asking for a review. They're going to want to take a look at this because Ginji had applied the tag, and they think that they may have gotten the base runner. So if he's going to burn one of his reviews or potentially lose one, the umpires are going under the tunnel to have a look at it. We'll see what that's going to be. So Rania asks or points out a good thing. So $750,000 a year. Yeah, if you get the opportunity to make that, as we get the replay look, And if the tag is on him, they may have a case on their hands here because they got the base runner leaning the wrong way. The throw was in time. I do have something to say. The tag was a little bit high, though. It was into the rib cage of the runner. So that there, we're going to have to take a look to see if he was able to get back in time. One thing I will have to say, I think they would have been a better job of Genji if he let that ball travel rather than to reach out and get it and then have to bring it back. We'll wait for the call on this one. So $750,000 for a year. If you made it for 1 year, that's great. If you had it for about 4 or 5 seasons. So when I think of that Brandon Laird, he's stretched it out to 8 years, but he's not making the minimum of $750,000 anymore. He's, well into the millions of dollars. And so he's had himself a great career playing over in the NPB. Another player who went over to the NPB in the twilight of his career was Adam Jones, who played the last couple of years with the Oryx Buffaloes. He had a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option. But I have to say, in watching Adam Jones play last year for the Buffaloes, he was a shell of his former self. The one-time Baltimore Oriole great. And, of course, he was with the Mariners and with the Diamondbacks at the end of his career. Got an opportunity to extend his career for a couple of years, but really he was at the twilight of his career. So we're still waiting on the decision from the umpires as they're underneath looking at the call at first base. But certainly to be able to play yourself into that mix is pretty good. There was a pitcher, was from out this area here. His name was Scott Matheson. He was with the Philadelphia Phillies. You can look him up. He had about 6 games in the big leagues. Pitched a long time in AAA. The umpires have come out and they've ruled the runner safe at first base. So Hasegawa is safe at first on that pickoff attempt. So they've lost the challenge, have the Eagles. So no balls and 1 strike to Kawanu. The runner at first is Hasegawa. There is nobody out. Our friend Quaff says, thanks for asking the questions. Oh, that's what we're here for. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the call, and hopefully we can answer some of those questions as best we possibly can. So no balls and 1 strike. And here comes the offering to Kawanu. And instead they throw over to first base, and again diving back in time is the base runner Hasegawa. They are concerned about Hasegawa. He is their center fielder, and he can run a little bit. Rania asked the question, and I hope I say that right. Is it Rania? I think that's how I would say it. What do you think the percentage of foreign players who fizzle out in the NPB versus players who revive their MLB careers? I would say there's probably more guys that fizzle out or they end their careers there than they do that bounce back. There's a fastball that swung on. This ball is lifted into deep center field. Drifting back on it is the center fielder, Muto, who makes the catch. And that is going to retire Kawanu for the first out of the inning. So that is going to bring up the shortstop, Suzuki Genda. For Genda today, he is a 2 for 2. He's got a single, a triple, and he's scored a run. So yeah, to hazard a guess on a percentage, I don't know, but I would say more players either end their career or they end up in Japan where they end up not bouncing back. Now, the exceptions to that are Miles Michaelis, who's pitching for the St. Louis Cardinals, having another great year. He spent 3-4 years over in Japan revitalizing his career, and he's come back and he is making it work for him in Major League Baseball. There's a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So he'd be the first guy that comes to mind. Another guy that came to mind going back years ago, depending on how old our listeners are, was a pitcher who used to pitch with the Cincinnati Reds and the Montreal Expos. His name was Bill Gullickson. And Gullickson went over, pitched with the Yomiuri Giants for a couple of years. Then he came back and ended up pitching then with the Houston Astros. Then he had pitched with the Detroit Tigers, really extended his career, as that fastball is swung on and fouled away, and the count is now 0-2 to Genda. Yeah, Michaelis had spent, I think, about 3 or 4 seasons with the Yomiuri Giants. He really was able to sort himself out, and they gave him a lot of money, did the Cardinals, to bring him back to North America. So he leveraged his career pitching for the Yomiuri Giants. Here's the 0-2 offering. It's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. And the count is 1-2 to Genda. A pitch there as we look at the replay. It was a good pitch. It was a ball, but it was still a good pitch. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Genda. The lefty Kirishima holds at the chest. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball. Swung on and missed. And Genda is gone for the second out of the inning. That is going to leave it up to Jansen Witt. Other players that are off the top of my head that, go over to Japan and, you think about them and how they bounce back into the North American scene. It's not just Japan, also to the Korean League, as we talked about earlier. One of the pitchers right now with the Seattle Mariners is Chris Flexen. Chris Flexen had a really good year last year for the Mariners. He's struggled a little bit this year. Looks like he's got himself back on track as he got the win against the Padres the other day in midweek. But Flexen went over to the KBO, and he ended up bouncing himself back. There's a breaking ball that is taken. They throw down to second as the runner is on his way, and that is going to be a stolen base for Hasegawa, as he is going to get that one cleanly. After you take a look to see if that was a ball or a strike on Witt. We didn't see the umpire's hand go up. They threw down to second, but Hasegawa is in there safely. He had a good jump off the lefty. The throw was not bad, but the tag was not applied. Well, as the shortstop, or it was actually the second baseman, Kobakata, who put it on the hip of the runner. The first pitch was a ball to Jansen Witt, so here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So back to Ray Nia. The other thing is when you look at a guy like Jansen Witt at the plate, he's off to a slow start. You want to go over there and you really want to make a good impression. Jansen Witt entered the ball game tonight hitting 158. He has the homer and 4 RBIs now on the season. So how much more leash are the Lions going to give to him? If he's on a 1-year contract, he's probably a one and done. They're not going to re-up something like this. Here's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted to deep left field. Here I am throwing Witt under the bus, and this ball is gone. A home run. And boy, he probably feels the proverbial monkey come off of his back as he's just hit a 2-run homer to tie the ball game up at 3. So Jansen Witt has driven in all 3 of the Lions' runs tonight so far. And that comes now on a 2-run homer to left. And the Lions have tied the game up here against the Eagles in the top of the 5th inning. High 5 all the way around. That ball was absolutely scorched. Ends up about 6 rows deep into the seats. I was just about, the words were almost out of my mouth. Is Kirishima going to be done for the night after this inning? That was the 90th pitch of the ball game. And just like that, this game has been turned right around. Yeah, it's great timing on that one for Witt. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Here we are talking about his career possibly coming to an end before it gets going, and he turns that one around. So good for him. You always kind of got to pull for some of those guys that are over there. There's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count is now 0-2 to Yamakawa. Yamakawa is 0 for 1 tonight. He is struck out, and he's also walked. The big fella's got 26 homers on the season. He's driven in 53. Here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Fielding the ball is the center fielder, Muto. And Yamakawa is aboard with a single. And that is going to bring up the second baseman, Shuta Tonosaki. For Tonosaki, tonight he is 0 for 1. He's grounded out to third and he's walked. As we were saying before, Tonosaki is one of the players that every time we watch, he doesn't really do anything. In fact, he usually shoots himself in the foot. Also, too, there's sometimes players that I think about, guys that I'm familiar with, that go across and they never parlay it into too much. Remember Corey Spangenberg, who played with the Padres and also with the Milwaukee Brewers. I forget, he was with a couple other big league teams, maybe the Giants as well. And he went over, he played the last 2 years with the Seibu Lions and did not like his approach at the plate. I didn't like the way that he kind of fit in there. I mean, he might have been a great guy and all. We don't know that. Just he really struggled with the Japanese baseball over there. And there's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right center field. Racing back is Muto. He makes the catch as he slams into the wall in right center field. A great catch, running catch by the center fielder for the Golden Eagles. And that is going to end the inning here as Tanosaki hits the ball a long way, but not long enough, as he has gone for out number 3. But there was damage in the inning. There were 2 runs in the inning on 3 hits. There were no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. Your score through 4.5 innings, it's the Seibu Lions 3, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple moments. We're glad you guys could be here with us tonight. Here is another one of our Japanese Hall of Fame memories. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the bottom part of the batting order coming up for the Golden Eagles. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the order. It'll be Hikari Oda, Tsuyoshi Yamazaki, and Haruki Nishikawa. 8, 9, and 1 coming up for the Golden Eagles. Our friend Ray asked the question in the chat. He says that it was a cool catch for sure. Over the shoulder into the wall. Yep, absolutely. And he had to bring that one in as he slammed into the wall. If you're not on Instagram, you guys might want to check out Instagram, or if you have Instagram, most of the teams across the NPB have Instagram pages. They do post some of the highlights after the game. That one to me would have been highlight worthy. Well worth the opportunity to go and catch that one. That was a beautiful play by the center fielder. There is a first pitch breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes to Oda. Oda today is 0 for 1. He popped to the shortstop his first time up. And he swings at a fastball, and it fouls that one straight back, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Oda. Oda bats from the right side against the right-handed throwing Birch Smith. As Smith rocks into his delivery, there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is 1-2. 66 pitches through the first 4 innings for Smith. Be curious to see what kind of leash they have him on tonight. He'd only worked 14 1/3 innings in his first 3 starts. See if they're going to take him beyond the 5th inning if he can get through this quietly. So here comes the offering from Smith. He kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. We were talking about players and money. One of the other things is there are certain players that have gone over, and you'd like to think that they can jumpstart their career or help them come back. As there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles just seem to have had some bad luck recently with the import players. Last year, they had a Cuban-born player named Rusney Castillo. For some of you who don't remember, the Boston Red Sox threw about $75 million out. And right now we've got the pitching coach coming out to the mound with the trainer. They're coming out to talk to Birch Smith. There may have been an injury here. Smith may have hurt himself. The infield is all in. It's a 2 ball and 2 strike count. But he's called for the trainer to come on out. and also the interpreter. So he's having the conversation with the interpreter here. They may have to make a move to the bullpen to the Lions if this is going to be it for Smith. And that exactly looks like what has happened. He's going to be walking off the mound, and his day is going to be finished. So the Lions are going to go to the bullpen, and we're going to have some time to chat with the chat here with a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Oda. But Smith's day is done as he walks off the mound. Hopefully we can get an update on Smith's status after the ball game, but his day is finished. And he's down the tunnel and right into the trainer's room. The Lions are going to have a new pitcher coming in, so we'll get you that update when it happens. But we'll talk a little bit here first before we cut out to break. I was talking about Rusney Castillo. He got I believe it was a $75 million deal from the Boston Red Sox. It was like 7 years, $75 million, something along those lines. And he never, ever, ever was able to live up to his potential in Boston. But yet he was able to get himself a deal to go over to the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles last year, and he played just about the same as he did when he was in the Boston organization. Especially at the big league level, he didn't do a whole lot. He was better numbers at AAA at the end, but really didn't have a spot for him at the big league level. So he took his act over to the Japanese league, and he never got anything there either. So unfortunately for him, he was one of the ones. Another player this year who they signed to bring over was Jose Marmoleos, the MVP, the AAA MVP from the major. Well, he played up and down with the Mariners last year, but he was the AAA MVP last year. And unfortunately, the AAA MVP is not having himself a great year right now in the Japanese league. And it was interesting. They just showed the highlight of Birch Smith delivering that pitch. He delivered the pitch. They focused in on him. And as soon as he finished the pitch, you could see motion to the dugout to call for the trainer. And then that was about it. As they've done it. Jansen Witt is on the mound right now doing some of his impersonations while they're waiting for the relief pitcher to come out. So I don't know if they're doing the warm-up underneath or if they're doing it or they're going to wait and do it on the mound. But with all that said, everybody, we have an injury stoppage in play as Birch Smith's day is done, as he is going to be replaced here. And we're waiting to see what they are. They're actually warming up in the bullpen, so they will bring the reliever out to the mound. But we'll get an update on that when we come back. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back after this. We have a delay in the action here in the bottom of the 5th inning as Birch Smith's day is done. Hang tight. Welcome back, everybody. We are just waiting for the reliever to come into the ball game as they are going to be replacing Birch Smith, who left the game as he called for the trainer as soon as he threw that last pitch. So we're going to find out what the situation is with him. I don't know if we'll be able to get that by the end of the ball game. But the Lions do have a pitcher heating up, and he will be coming out in just a couple moments. Stick with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment after this. Back, everybody. They do have a pitching change. It is going to be the right-hander Kaisuke Honda coming into the game. This is going to be his 23rd appearance of the year. He posts a 3-1 record. He has worked 26 innings. He's allowed 19 hits, 6 walks and 20 strikeouts. He's got an ERA of 2.08. One of the more reliable arms out of the Seibu bullpen. And so he is taking over. He is going to get his warm-up tosses here in this one as he's replacing. He was getting some action down in the bullpen, but he comes in with a 2-ball and 2-strike count to Oda. He's going to finish his warm-up tosses here before we resume the action. So it is in the bottom of the 5th inning. It is a 2-2 count to Hikari Oda. It is the 9-8 hitter in the batting order. It'll be 8-9-1 here for the Golden Eagles. As this game is all knotted up at 3. Birch Smith's day is done. And Oda is now taking over on the mound. So we were talking a little bit about contracts and players and different guys being able to get over there and to come back to North America after revitalizing their career or maybe jump-starting their career. And some guys just choose to stay right over there. And I think of Carl Tuffy Rhodes, who was with the Houston Astros in the early part of his career. I believe he came up at the same time that Luis Gonzalez had come up at the Astros, and some of those other players. There was a number of decent Astros that come up, and he ended up going to the Cubs, and he ended up going overseas, and Tuffy Rhodes ended up breaking the great Sadahara O's home run record. It was a phenomenal amount of time. He has had a great career, and he spent the rest of his years over there. He decided not to come back and play, but it's kind of funny because over there he's a legend. You can mention Tuffy Rhodes and people will know exactly who you're talking about. But you mention over here in North America and people will say, who? It's one of those kind of things. And the good thing about it is that Tuffy Rhodes can walk the streets of North America and not be pestered because nobody knew who he was. There's a first pitch fastball delivered to Oda, but that's going to run the count now to 3-2. First pitch from Honda had missed outside. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Oda. This batter is still the responsibility of Birch Smith. There's a fastball that, not sure where that pitch was. Looked like it sawed the plate in half, but that's going to be ball 4, and Oda's going to get himself a base on ball. So you get that sometimes. We do have a different camera angle here, but that pitch there, that pitch looked good on so many fronts. It didn't look like it was down. It didn't look like it was up. Ray Nia says, do you know what the lowest starter ERA is in the NPB? It must be low with the lack of scoring. And to be honest with you, I don't off the top of my head. And I would say this, that the lack of scoring is also the lack of home runs in the Pacific League. When you look at the home run totals, the Central League and the Pacific League right now are kind of on 2 different paths. Certainly, Yamakawa is the exception for the Lions, as he's got 26, but there was a real stretch at the beginning of the year that there weren't a lot of balls leaving the park. They throw over to first base, and diving back in time safely is the base runner, Oda. So Oda is the runner at first. It is Yamazaki who steps in. He is 0 for 1 today. He's grounded to the second baseman his first time up. He squares to bunt and he drops it down. It's a good one. It's up the first baseline. Honda fields it. He underhands it over to first. And that is going to retire Yamazaki. It's going to be a sacrifice, and that's going to go down as a 1-4 on the sacrifice bunt. As the second baseman, Tonosaki, was covering the bag at first. So sacrifice, a 1-4. It advances Ota over to second. And that's going to bring up the top of the order, Haruki Nishikawa. For Nishikawa, he is having himself a decent ball game today. He has walked twice. He scored 2 of the 3 runs, and he's got 2 stolen bases. As we mentioned at the top, he has had his struggles right now because he's not gone off to, we got off to a great start this year as he was named Pacific League Player of the Month. But now he is really tapered off, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses outside. And the The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. So 1 ball and no strikes to Nishikawa. He's waiting on the offer here from the reliever Honda, who has taken over for Birch Smith. That checks the runner at second. He checks him again. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is 1-1. So just to answer a couple of the questions that Ray Nia has posed to us as well about some of the individual pitchers and some of the things that they are at. Right now, Roki Sasaki has got the best ERA in the league. He's the one I was talking about earlier when our friend CV Card Collector asked who is the one to keep, or some of the ones to keep an eye on. Sasaki is appeared in 13 games. He's got a 6-1 record. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-2. Sasaki is probably, of the 3 players, I said Sasaki, Yamamoto, and Morishita, the 3 pitchers that I think are the ones that would have the best chance to be considered major league prospects, although Yoshinobu Yamamoto is a little bit on the small side. So I'd be curious if he did come across to see how they would consider using him. But certainly Sasaki and Morishita could be big league starters. There's a fastball that is swung on and missed. And Nishikawa is gone on strikes for the second out of the inning, and that will bring up the second baseman, Hiroto Kobakata. Yamamoto is somebody that I definitely enjoy watching pitch. He's got a 8-4 record on the year, a 1.76 ERA. The Eagles have another pitcher, Yamaoka. Haven't really seen enough of him this year. He is the 3rd best ERA in the league. He's appeared in 15 games. He's 5-5. So this brings up Hiroto Kobakata to the plate. He is officially 1 for 1. He tripled home a run in the first inning and later scored himself. He had a sacrifice bunt his last time up, and there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is 0-1. Kobakata batting here with 2 away in the bottom of the 5th inning, looking to break the deadlock with the runner on second and 2 away. And here comes the pitch. As Honda delivers, it is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted softly into left field. Backing up is the shortstop, Genda. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to retire Kobakata for the 3rd out of the inning. So for the Eagles in the air half of the 5th inning, there was no runs, there was no hits, no errors, and there was a runner left aboard. We're now through 5 complete. It is the Saitama Seibu Lions 3, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll come back and continue to chat with the chat in just a bit. Hang tight, everybody. We're glad you are with us here tonight. Welcome back, everybody. We are just chatting with the chat here, and we have got ourselves some questions from some of the folks that are here. We do appreciate you guys that are in here listening to us tonight. Our friend Ray asked the question. He says, will NPB juice the balls as Major League Baseball is rumored to do when the home runs are down? Well, a few years ago, the NPB, their commissioner ended up taking the heat because they had acknowledged that they were juicing the balls. I'm not sure how many seasons ago that was. It was either 4 or 5 years ago. Balls were flying out like crazy. They had acknowledged that they were doing some of that stuff, and that was where it had been. So unfortunately, yeah, there is some of that stuff that's gone on in recent years, even in the NPB. As we are waiting on the bottom of the fifth inning, I like to call this our Japanese halftime. This is where they come out and do the grounds crew does the work on the infield, and they get this stuff done. So we always have a bit of a delay here between the fifth and the sixth. So I can see the NPB. Are they doing it? I don't know if they're doing it right now, but it makes you wonder when there's so many home runs in the Central League and just everything is so much down in the Pacific League, if they're using two different styles of balls or what exactly they're doing, or is the pitching just that much better in the Pacific League this year than the Central League? Also, the ballparks, too, in Japan are a little bit different. We talk about ballpark effects even in Major League Baseball. Some of the parks, there's a lot of real estate between the first and the third base line. So some pop-ups when you're watching the game at Fenway Park that might be popped up toward the first base dugout will get into the stands. Here, there's extra feet. You think about in Oakland how the Coliseum in Oakland is quite cavernous. There are balls that are popped up that still first baseman, third baseman can get to, that maybe at Wrigley Field or elsewhere they reach the seats. So that does play a factor into it too, in my opinion. So those are things to always think about. It has been an entertaining game. There's been a lot of action in this game. Sometimes you watch games and you say there's maybe too much action. When we were doing the game with the Red Sox and the Yankees, we called some of the major league stuff tonight. And there was action, but there was just so much of it. But in this one here, it's been a right mix. There's been some good pitching, good defense, some timely hitting. It's been a fun game to watch. And it is knotted up at threes. So that's just some of the things that we think about. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment, as we do have this break in the action, and we'll be right back about 45 seconds with the call at the top of the sixth inning. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the sixth inning as the grounds crew is just finishing their work. The manager has come out for the Tohoku Rakuten Gold Eagles. That usually means we're probably going to see ourselves a pitching change, and that's exactly what it is. They have a new left-hander on the mound, and we'll get you his specs in just a couple moments, as we'll be able to let you know who is coming in the ball game. It is Watanabe who is taking over. So Watanabe is coming in, and he is going to be replacing the left-handed starter, Kirishima. Kirishima, we could tell, was probably going to be on his last legs as he was over 90 pitches. So Yuki Watanabe comes in. He's the second pitcher used. It's going to be his 10th appearance of the season. He's worked 10 innings. He's allowed 7 hits, 3 walks. He has struck out 7, and he's got a microscopic ERA of 0.90. So he is on in relief. The 26-year-old is coming up here to face the left fielder, Brian O'Grady, who leads it off, and he swings at the first pitch and fouls it away, and the count is 0-1. So Watanabe is the second pitcher used. It now becomes the battle of the bullpens for both of these teams. So here comes the 0-1 offering. And he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses off the outside corner, and the count is 1-1. O'Grady, Takagi, and Koga here to face the left-handed reliever Watanabe. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses off the inside corner, and the count is now 2-1 to Brian O'Grady. O'Grady is the classic one here, who is obviously a player who is looking to extend his career by going over to the NPB. As we talked about earlier, Well, players looking to build their career, extend their career. O'Grady is one of them. There's a breaking ball swung on it, is lifted into shallow center field. Coming in on it is the center fielder, Muto. He's going to make the catch. And O'Grady is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. One up and one away, and that is going to bring up Wataru Takagi to the plate. Takagi is 1 for 1. He's got a single. He's also walked today. He's been on base twice. He is now 4 for 31 on the season. He waits on the first offering from the lefty Watanabe. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Takagi waggles the bat. And he's waiting on the offering from the lefty Watanabe, and here it is. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is now even at 1-1. We've got John Cardona in the house tonight. We welcome you. Quaffs asked the question. He says, do you know any ways to watch the NPB in the States? And so we can't post you links, but we can give you some information. Usually there's somebody in here. Alexander Leggett comes in. He was watching earlier. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. But there is a Chinese station. You'll see Scripture, 3 balls. I believe it's Triple Q. Some of the folks in here may be able to give you that. You can watch the stuff. As I say, we can't post the links. So here comes the 3-ball and 1-strike pitch. There's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and that's going to bring Takagi back. It's going to round the count to 3-2. If you go to the old Reddit NPB page, there are links. The United States used to have DAZN last year that used to carry games. There's a chopper back to the pitcher. It is fielded by Watanabe. He comes off the mound. He throws to first. And Takagi is going to be retired on a ground out 1-3 for the second out of the inning. But I don't know if DAZN is carrying the games this year. It used to be a package. You could watch it. But a lot of people, what they would do is they would pick up the feed and then they would sync our game to the call because we'd be doing it in English. You'd be getting the Japanese feed. And that looks like it is going to be it for Watanabe as Ishii has made his way out. Unlike in Major League Baseball, where you have to face a minimum of 3 batters, you don't have to do that in the NPB. So Watanabe's day is done. The Golden Eagles will be going to the bullpen again. We'll get that change for you here in just a moment. Our friend CV Baseball Card Collector says, how are the Americans doing in the NPB? Well, it really depends. We could cycle through the teams. Some of the players have done better than others in recent memory. And of course, let's talk about the ones that are there right now for the Tohoku, Rakuten, Golden Eagles. Jose, well, I won't just limit it to Americans. They also have some import players from other ones. Jose Marmoleos, we said, was the AAA MVP last year. He played with the Seattle Mariners, and he really has struggled over here. He started off rough. He started to get it going, and then he ended up hitting a rough patch, so I don't know what his status is. I haven't looked to see. He's not in the lineup tonight. And on top of that, Marmoleos isn't even in the roster. Chris Gittins had gone over this year to play. It looked like he was going to be able to be a big part of that Golden Eagles group. We were doing a game early in the year, and he swung at a pitch, and I think he separated his shoulder on a pitch. We couldn't believe it. Watch, the next thing you know, they're taking him out of the game. It looked like at first I thought, did he dislocate a rib on the pitch? But Gittins is gone, and so that was a problem for him. We'll get you the pitching change. It is Kohei Morihara coming in. He is the right-hander. It's going to be his 3rd appearance of the season. He has worked a couple innings. He's allowed a couple of hits. He's walked 1 and struck out 2. He's got an ERA of nothing. Coming off a season last year where he appeared in 34 ball games. He was very effective for the Golden Eagles. So he is the new pitcher in the ball game here. So Kohei Morihara, as opposed to Kohei Arihara, who was with the Texas Rangers. So Morihara taking over here. And he is going to be facing the catcher, Yuto Koga, with 2 away here in the 6th inning. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is 0-1. As we mentioned in this game for the Seibu Lions, Birch Smith left the game because of injury. We don't know what his situation is. And he only appeared, this was only his 4th start. He was 1-0. Brian O'Grady had started off the season really well for the Lions, and he's tapered off as of late. He entered the game hitting .234 tonight. There's a breaking ball that misses down to Koga, and the count is 1-1. It is not an easy league to play in. There's a lot more breaking balls and off-speed stuff. And as we say, the pitching is a little bit different than what you see in North America. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-2 to Koga. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. So here comes the offering. It is a split finger pitch that is swung on and grounded foul. It's going to keep the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. 158 batting average entering the game for Koga tonight. He's struck out both of the 2 times he's been to the plate. There's nobody on, and there's 2 gone here in the 6th inning. The other player we were talking about was Jansen Witt. Jansen Witt had a homer tonight, but on the season he entered the ball game hitting 158. There's a fastball swung on and fouled straight back, and the count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Waggling the bat and waiting on the offering. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count's 2-2. One player that I was interested in to see how he was going to fare this year is Matt Shoemaker. He's the former pitcher pitched with the Blue Jays a couple of years ago. I think he was with the Twins last year. Had a 15-win season with the Angels about 6-7 years ago. He had some serious injury issues over the course of the last couple of years. There's a fastball swung on. This is grounded up the middle. It's going to get through for a base hit into center field, and Koga's aboard with a 2-out single. And that is going to bring up the center fielder, Shinya Hasegawa. So for Hasegawa today, he is 1 for 2. He got his first NPB hit. He is now 1 for 11 on the season. He's bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up, singled and stole a base. So he got the nod in center field tonight, and he's given his manager the reward by getting in a base hit. Some of the other players or some of the other pitchers that were around is usually the big name pitchers are more in the bullpen than anything else. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1. The relievers are where they can seemingly make their money in the NPB. I think Tayron Guerrero's having a pretty good year for Oryx. Got an ERA of 3.23. I think of some of the other players that have had decent careers or lengthy careers. Bullpen arms for the North American guys. Alan Bazenich for the Eagles is another one. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count goes to 1-2 now on Hasegawa. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. John Cardona said he had no idea Birch Smith got knocked out because of injury. Yeah, it was with 2 out in the 5th inning. He threw a pitch and then he signaled to the bullpen and they said, hey, that's it. There's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner and the count is 2-2. I don't know what the over-under on this game was as John has checked in, but I have to say that it may not necessarily be a bad thing that Birch Smith had left. He was having a problem locating his pitches. He seemed to settle down a bit. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and Hasegawa is gone on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. The Lions in their half of the 6th inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is the Seibu Seibu Lions all knotted up with the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles at 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you all being here. back, everybody. We are moving here to the bottom of the 6th inning. The rain has stopped again as the clouds are still in the area. We had quite a bit of showers, but they may be moving on out of here. They were supposed to have moved on earlier on. It is approximately 4:20 local time. They were figuring that the rain would be out of the area by about 3 o'clock, but certainly had hung around enough to cause a little bit of havoc. So when you're looking at the over-under, the unders are probably would have been in jeopardy with the wet ball flying around here. Chances for some errors, chances for some different stuff. We do have Honda back in the ball game as he is going to work his second inning of work. He came in and replaced Birch Smith in the 5th inning. He was able to retire the side, the 3 batters that he faced after allowing Hikari Ota to walk. The walk will be charged to Birch Smith. So it is going to be Hideto Asamura, Hiroki Shimochi, and Ginji, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. And here comes the first offering from Honda. It is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. Our friend John says it was low at 7.5, but added some at 8.5. Yeah, probably a better idea to hedge your bet here. And here comes the 1-0 offering. It's a breaking ball that misses, and the count is now 2-0. John asked the question, is the rain still coming down hard? Actually, the rain has stopped now. It was coming down pretty good there in the 5th inning, but everything is stopped. It is settled down. The sun had actually poked its eyes out for a little bit there, and there's a fastball that catches the outside corner. And the count is now 2-1. We laugh about that as it had stuck its eyes out of the clouds. So it was kind of funny. It was raining and then it was sunny, and the only thing that was missing was a rainbow and a pot of gold at the end of it. We would have had just about everything. 2 balls and 1 strike it is here to Asamura. So the rain has subsided, and as we said, it's supposed to be moving on out of the area. Here's the 2-1 pitch. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 2-2. At least moving on over the next couple hours out. So we would like to think that the end of this ball game should be played without the benefits of falling rain. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the offering from Honda. It's a fastball that just misses off the inside corner, and that's going to run the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Asamura. As we said, Asamura, Shimochi, and Ginji here to get things going in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. And Asamura is gone on strikes for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Hiroki Shimochi. So John says, so I definitely agree that playing in the rain favors the offense. Yes, I do. I think that is just the opportunity that if you can put the ball in play, the players have to field it. They have to throw it. The throwing portion of it is you get a wet ball, and the next thing you know, you got to be able to feel the grip. The balls can sail. They can do all kinds of crazy things. Game gets literally sloppy, but that's on the condition you can put the ball in play. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. I think if you get into those situations, it really favors, especially the style of the play in Japan, where they like to bunt a lot. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count is now 0-2 to Shimochi. Any opportunity you can get the group to start throwing the ball around. John says, that's what I've said, but a lot of people argued on that one. No, I 100% agree. All of a sudden it starts to rain, and the next thing you know, you got a ground ball. Somebody's got to field it. They got to pick it up. There's a ball that's smacked into right field, and Shimochi is going to get himself a base hit single. He's got himself a single. That was too good a pitch with 2 strikes from Honda. Shimochi is aboard with a base hit here with 1 out in the 6th inning, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, Ginji. We had to see if that ball was going to stay fair. He hooked the ball down the line. They had him played over to right field, as the right fielder was able to make that play. So Genji steps up to the plate. He is 0 for 2 tonight. His season average, it's dipped to 325. He's got those no homers and 16 runs batted in. So here comes the first offering to Genji. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. John Cardona asked the question. He says, do you think the rain affects the pitcher's ability to command the ball too? Yes and no. And I say it this regard because the pitcher can always ask for a new baseball. And so get a new ball from the umpires, and basically a ball that gets put in play can end up out of the game. But just the elements in having to pitch when you're having to throw in rain is a pain. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike. The count is 0-2. Whereas when the ball is actually struck in play, if it hits the grass, it's picked up. The infielders who, they're not pitching the ball every opportunity, might come to them. The next thing you know, it bounces. If it gets to the outfielders, bounces 3 or 4 times. If they have to come up throwing, the ball picks up a little bit of water on it, can be slick. I remember a number of years ago when we were practicing here on the turf field, and there's a fastball that misses outside. And what we used to do is we used to have our college guys, we would actually have a bucket of water, and we were practicing putting the ball in the bucket of water and doing our bunt defense. So we'd throw the ball in the bucket of water. We'd have our bunt defense out, roll the ball out. They would have to actually pick up the ball and make the throw, because when you're playing on the turf field, there's a lot of water that can linger around on the turf field when it's raining, and there's a ball thrown over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner, Shimochi. Got to keep our eye on Shimochi. He stole his 4th base of the season back in the 3rd inning, but it was off of Birch Smith on the mound. We talked about Birch Smith not being able to control runners. There were 3 stolen bases that I would point directly at him, as he was too slow to the plate. I'd have to get his pop times, but I would say he's definitely north of 1-3 to the plate. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 2-2. He had a very high leg kick on each of the 3. No slide step, no pump and go, nothing like that. So the reliever Honda here, he's a little bit quicker to the dish. So here comes the 2-2 offering. Honda holds at the belt and delivers. There is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And stopping at second base will be Shimochi. So Genji's got his first hit of the ball game. The Eagles have something brewing here in the bottom of the 6th inning. With 1 away, they've got runners at first and second, and it's going to bring up the 3rd baseman, Igoro Moji. So if this is 2022, or 2021, this would be our time. We talked about this earlier in the ball game. Sometimes you don't always watch players play every single day. But Igoro Moji, every time we watched him play last year, this would be the time of the game where he would come up big. The pitching coach for the Lions came out and have a couple of words with Honda. Probably got our text and said, hey, look, the guy calling the game on Last Raps Baseball's channel says that we got to be careful with this guy. But Igoro Moji, every time last year in the early part of the season, he would always come up big, whether it be with home runs or with base hits. So he is coming up to the plate. He gives his traditional bow to the home plate umpire. And he gets himself dug in, ready to face the offerings of Honda. So Keisuke Honda has got himself in a bit of a situation here with 2 on and 1 out. And Moji at the plate. So Honda checks the runner at second. He's set at the belt. He checks the runner again, and now he kicks and fires. That's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left center field. The center fielder is going to make the grab. That's Hasegawa. Tagging at second is Shimochi, but he's not going to advance. It wasn't deep enough. So all the hype around Moji that I was giving him here, he is gone for out number 2, and that's going to leave it up to the center fielder. That's Tsukimoto. For Muto, he is 0 for 2. He has popped out to third base, and he has lined out to right field. He is 0 for 2 in this one. His season average is at 290. He's 18 for 62. He's got no homers and 8 RBIs. We've normally seen Ryosuke Tatsumi patrolling center field for the Golden Eagles, but he has been struggling more often as of late. So here comes the first offering from Honda. He checks the runner at second. And now he delivers. It is a fastball taken for a call and strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. So just back to John Cardona's question. So you got the pitcher on the mound. If he doesn't like the ball, if it took a skip or whatever, he can always ask for that new dry baseball. But the third baseman can't ask for a new baseball when he gets a ground ball hit to him and it's taken 2 bounces. It's soaking wet. Now you got to get the grip to throw it across the infield. As there's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is now 0-2 to Muto. Just a couple of programming reminders. We're actually going to be doing a Major League game tomorrow in the daytime. We're going to call the Tigers and the White Sox. That game is going to go down at about 2:10 Eastern or 11:10 on the Pacific Coast. So if you're up and around, you can plug us on and give us a listen. Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock Pacific or midnight Eastern, we're going to be doing the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. That game is going to take place an hour earlier start than this one. As a breaking ball misses down from Honda, the count is 1-2 to Muto. So Muto gets himself dug in. He's waiting on the offering from the right-hander Honda. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And Muto is gone on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it here in the 6th. There was no runs on 2 hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. We're now through 6 complete. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3, the Seibu Seibu Lions 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with the call of the top of the 7th inning. We're glad you guys are with us here tonight. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you, Steve, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we support Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check out his channel after the game, whether it's Money Money Monday, Takeover Tuesday, or the Saturday morning cartoons, which drops here in a little bit. He's got something there for everybody. We do have another pitching change as the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles are going to the bullpen. They're going to be bringing in Naota Nishiguchi, and he is coming on in relief of the pitcher Morihara. It is going to be the 4th pitcher used by the Golden Eagles tonight. The right-hander is working in his 31st game. He's got a record of 2 wins and no losses. He's worked 25 1/3 innings. He's given up 16 hits, 10 walks. He has struck out 25, allowed 9 runs, 7 which have been earned, and he's got an ERA of 2.49. He is taking over here. The 25-year-old right-hander has just completed his warm-up tosses, and we are ready to get this one back underway. They have a decent bullpen to the Golden Eagles. They keep rolling out some other players who are not to say new to us, but certainly ones that the manager is now starting to get some trust in. I think of the back end pitchers like Anraku or Sung or Matsui, who we typically see at the back end of the ball game, but now getting some trust from some of these others like Morihara and Nishiguchi. And here comes the first offering from Nishiguchi. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on it. It's popped up down the left field line. Coming in on it is the left fielder, Ishikawa. He's going to make the catch. And so with one pitch, there is one away. As the top of the order, Kawano is gone for out number one. So one up and one away. It'll bring up Suzuki Genda. Genda will also be followed by Jansen Witt. So for Genda tonight, he is 2 for 3. He has singled, he's tripled, he's scored a run, and he has struck out. He bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Nishiguchi. And here comes the first offering as he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Suzuki Genda. Genda has made some nice plays defensively in the field. He has a real settling effect. There's a fastball that swung on. It's grounded to short. It is fielded by Yamazaki. The throw to first is not in time. Genda can really get down the line in a big hurry. We may want to take a look at this one. Yamazaki threw across the diamond. Genda is there quickly. And they're calling him safe. We're going to have a look here. The manager, Ishii, has come out of the dugout and he's signaled that they want to go have a look at this one. I think it is going to be a close play at first base. The first baseman, Genji, tried to sell it as he bounced off the bag really quickly, thinking that they had him. But I upon further review, I want to see this one again myself. I think that Genda may have got down the line there quick enough to be able to beat it out. But that was in real time. Now we're going to have to look at what they have in slow motion. We're going to get the replay ourselves. The shortstop Yamazaki had to range to his right to get it. And I have a feeling that this is going to be correct. Yepper, looks like Genda made it there in time. Well, we've been wrong before, but it looks to me as they've slowed it down, I think that, that angle is a little bit different. I'd like to see that angle again. I'm going to go with that he's safe. I'm going to say that they're going to keep the call. We'll see what the umpires have to say. I'm sure this is not going to be a quick review. I'll probably want to take a look at multiple angles on this one, slow it down. But as we wait for that, that is where we stand here. If I had to give one knock on the game tonight, the game for the parts for the reviews have been the part that is the worst part about this one here. We've had a few reviews. But I'm pretty confident that they're going to come back out and say safe. As I think Genda has beaten that out. Although on the different angle, looks a little different. The angle that we get from third base that angles over to first base, it is that angle there looks like he could be out. But we get the angle from the outfield. It looks like he is safe, and they have ruled him safe. That's exactly what we saw from the outfield angle. So Genda's got himself an infield single with one away. That's going to bring up the first baseman, Jansen Witt. We're in the process of the last inning of tossing Witt under the bus a little bit for being off to a slow start and have to get it going. And then he cracked the 2-run homer to tie the ball game. So Witt has driven in all 3 of the runs tonight for the Seibu Lions. He's raised his season average up to 167. He's now 10 for 60 on the campaign. He entered the game with a homer and 3 RBIs, and he's doubled those totals tonight in both categories. They throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Genda. So as we said before, our friend CV Baseball Collector was asking about the American players. This fella's gone over there and he's struggled a little bit. So maybe this is the turning point that gets him woken up and get going. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0 to Witt. You always like to see the guys do well. You never wish ill will against any player. But you can't have it for everybody. There's obviously not everybody's going to have their success. Witt waggles the bat, and they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner, Genda. Jansen Witt never played in the big leagues. He's one of those guys that was a minor league player that had gone over. A few of those guys that they never get to the big leagues. They're AAA players, and they make their way over. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count's 1-1. I think of the pitcher in the relievers last year for the Buffaloes, Tyler Higgins. He never got to the big leagues, but he was in the Marlins organization for a number of years and went over, had a couple of years in the Japanese league where he performed well. So here comes the 1-1 offering to Witt. Right-hander Nishiguchi kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it. It is grounded softly over to third. It is fielded by Moji. He throws to first. It's going to advance Genda over to second. It was almost like a swinging bunt. Witt got jammed on the hands, and that is going to go down as a ground out 5-3 for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it all up to Otaka Yamakawa, the cleanup hitter. I would be surprised if they faced him here. They do have a pitching coach out onto the mound. They're out to talk about the situation. Our friend John Cardona says, I'm not really in favor of any new tech in baseball, but one call that should be 100% correct is whether or not a high hit ball over the fence is a home run or not. And I have to agree with you on that there's sometimes the technology in the game to get a call, quote unquote, right, disrupts the continuity of the game. And for me, the continuity of the game that I'm thinking about has to do with, more importantly, is some of that stuff. And by the way, they are going to walk Yamakawa. So he's getting the free pass. He is going to be aboard here. That'll bring up Shuta Tanasaki, and why not? They had an open base with 2 out. That's good baseball right there, good managing. So that sets up a force at any base. So Yamakawa is the runner at first. He's getting the Barry Bonds treatment. The runner at second is Genda. There's 2 gone here, and Shuta Tanasaki with his .221 average is stepping up to the plate. The other part is even the arguing, I will say a lot of arguing in baseball has gone down because of the replay, and I think that provides a positive benefit to some degree. You can take a lot of those arguments out of the game because they're looking at the replays. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 1-0 to Tanasaki. But at the same time, from entertainment purposes, a lot of people like to see the characters of the game, the Lou Pinellas, the Earl Weavers, and have their rants. The base runner Genda gets his lead at second base. The right-hander Nishikawa ready to deliver, and there's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2 balls and no strikes. So 2 balls and no strikes. The Lions are threatening here in the top of the 7th inning. They've got runners at first and second with 2 away. The count is 2 balls and no strikes to Shuta Tanasaki. And he waits on the offering from the right-hander Nishiguchi, who kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 2-1. The dangerous Brian O'Grady is looming on deck. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Tanasaki. He checks the runner Genda at second. Now he's ready to go back to work here against the right-handed hitting Tanasaki. He holds at the belt. Nishiguchi kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. It's going to even the count at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As we say, we do appreciate everybody for checking in tonight. Remember, our NPB action continues tomorrow at 9 o'clock Pacific or midnight Eastern, as it'll be the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. We're looking forward to making the call there. So hopefully you guys can bounce in and check it out tomorrow. We will update our schedule toward the end of the weekend. We'll be back on the airwaves again next weekend with more action. There's a fastball. Misses outside. They appeal down to the first base umpire, but they say that Tanasaki didn't go. It's going to run the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. The runners are going to be on the move here when the pitch is delivered to the plate. And here comes the 3-2 offering now from Ishiguchi. He looks in, he gets the sign from his catcher Oda. He comes set at the chest. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is tapped slowly over to third, right to Moji, who steps on the base. And Suzuki Genda, as he slides in, offers the apology as he almost took out Moji, but that is going to be it. It is a fielder's choice. It erases Genda over at third for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it here for the Lions in their half of the 7th inning. They had no runs. There was 1 hit. There were no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. We are now through 6.5 innings. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3, the Seibu Seibu Lions 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with a call of the bottom of the 7th inning. We're glad you guys could be here with us. Here's another Japanese memory. We'll be right back, everybody, in just about 45 seconds with the call of the bottom of the 7th inning, 3-3 Lions and the Golden Eagles. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We do have a pitching change. It is going to be Yoshinobu Mizukami. He is going to be taking over here for the Lions in the bottom of the 7th inning. He is on for his 35th outing of the season. He's got a 2-1 record. He's appeared in 33 and 1/3 innings. He's allowed 17 hits. He has walked 10. He has struck out 22. He has only conceded 4 runs, 3 of which have been earned, and he's got a microscopic ERA of 0.81. So Yoshinobu Mizukami is on in relief. This is going to be the 3rd pitcher used today by the Seibu Seibu Lions. He's going to be entrusted to face Hikari Oda, Tsuyoshi Yamazaki, and the top of the order, Haruki Nishikawa, the 8-9-1 hitters to face him here. So here he goes, ready to get after it, as he kicks and delivers, and the first pitch is a breaking ball swung on and fouled straight back. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Oda. For Oda today, he is officially 0 for 1. He's popped to short and he has walked in his 2 trips to the plate. So Mizukami gets himself a new baseball as he's ready to face the right-handed hitting Oda. He kicks and he delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So Ito Gure says U7 is already dead. Sad. I'm not sure what that is. I'll have to elaborate a little bit more on that. I'm not 100% sure what he's talking about. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is popped up into shallow right center field. I guess he means the under is already finished. And that ball is going to be popped up and caught by the right fielder, who's going to put that one away. That is going to be one away here. Yeah, I think so. That's probably possible. I was going to say it could be a push, or it could end up as a tie, because you could go 12 innings and have the tie there. So one away here, and that is going to bring up the shortstop, Tsuyoshi Yamazaki. Yamazaki is officially 0 for 1 on the day. He grounded out to the second baseman his first time up, and he executed a sacrifice bunt back in the 5th inning. He is not having a great season at the plate. He entered the game today hitting 128. So here comes the first offering. He kicks and delivers. He squares the bunt. He tries to drag it down the first base line. They're going to let it roll. It's going to stop, and it is going to be a fair ball, it looks like. I don't think he's going to be coming back on that one. He's getting fist pumps by the coach. There's not a lot of chalk left on the first base line. They tried to let it go, and we were talking about the rain and the impact of stuff. Well, with the wet dirt, he was able to bunt. He was able to get it down. He raced down the line, got rid of the bat. It hit the grass, and then it moved over, and it just died right on the foul line. And so the catcher there, Koga, he had no choice but to try to hope for it to go foul, because I think if he would have picked it up and tried to throw to first, they would have been safely there anyway. So Yamazaki's the runner at first. That is going to bring the top of the order, Haruki Nishikawa, to the plate. So Nishikawa today is officially 0 for 1. He struck out his last time up. He's walked twice. He's got a couple of stolen bases, and he scored a couple of runs. Here comes the first offering from the right-hander Miyazaki, and that is going to miss outside for ball one, and the count is 1-0. Our friend John said that thing didn't roll at all. No, it basically hit and stuck. As we were talking about the way that things work with the rain, that is certainly a rain-aided effect there, as the dirt basically brought that to a stop. So Mizukami here, behind the count 1-0 to Nishikawa. He throws over to first base. And getting back safely was the base runner, Yamazaki. They're going to keep an eye on Yamazaki. He's got 9 stolen bases on the year. I wouldn't be surprised that he's going to take the opportunity to go off to the races and go for a run. So Mizukami delivers. There's a breaking ball down in the dirt. The count is now 2 balls and no strikes. I don't know if anybody watched the Cincinnati Red game tonight. I haven't seen the highlights of it yet, but apparently there was a walk-off balk in that game. The pitcher in that game balked off the winning run. I'll have to go and have a look at that later. I'm curious to see how that game ended. I don't know when the last time that's happened, when we've seen a walk-off balk. I forget who the Reds were playing today. I want to say, for some reason in my mind, it was Pittsburgh. I can't remember if that was the previous series. There's a breaking ball swung on it. It's grounded softly over to short. They throw over to first, and that is the only play that Genda would have had. The runner, Yamazaki, has cruised into second. Nishikawa is erased on a ground out 6-3 for the second out of the inning. Yeah, Cardona says he heard about that. He goes, I've seen it, but it's been a while. I can't remember the last walk-off balk. I would say maybe about 8 or 10 years ago. And there was one, and I do believe it was in the American League. For some reason, I want to say it was the Texas Rangers. I think the Tigers had a walk-off balk in Oakland where they made a balk, and the Oakland A's ended up winning the ball game about 8 to 10 years ago. maybe more, because I think Pudge Rodriguez was catching for the Tigers at the time. So 2-away, and it is Hiroto Kobakata at the plate. And the first pitch breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-0. Kobakata is officially 0 for, or we're butchering this up big time. He is 1 for 2. He's also got a sacrifice. He tripled home the first run of the game. He had a sacrifice his second time up, and he has lifted one to the shortstop for a pop-out his last time up. John Cardona says it was the Rays and the Reds. Okay. So here comes the offering now from the righty. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-0. Not sure about the audience that we have here. I find that the later the day goes on, the more I have to rely on wearing glasses. Don't usually wear glasses in 99.5% of my life. But I have to wear it to be able to read the things here later in the evenings. Eyes are starting to get more tired. I'm fortunate for a number of years not have to wear glasses of any sort. So here comes the 2-0 offering. The right-hander checks the runner at second, and it's a fastball down in the dirt. It squirts away from Koga, and racing over to third is Yamazaki. That's going to go down as a wild pitch. And Kobakata has now got 3 balls and no strikes on him, with the dangerous Hideto Asamura waiting on deck. So Yamazaki is the runner at third. Kobakata is the batter. He's got 3 balls and no strikes on him. There's 2 away here in the 7th inning. And here comes the offering from the right-hander. And he kicks and delivers it. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Mizukami is got himself in a bit of a pickle right now, but he's trying to work his way out of it. This is the guy you want to get here, the soft-hitting Kobakata, because Hideto Asamura, who waits on deck, could clear the bases in a big hurry and change the complexion of this game. So here comes the 3-1 pitch. Mizukami delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded foul over on the first base side. Jansen fields it in the first base foul territory, and that's going to run the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kobakata. The pitcher, Mizukami, gets the sign from his catcher, Koga, and now he's ready to go to work here. Here comes the 3-2 offering. And now he comes set at the belt. And he kicks and he fires. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded softly over to second. Tonosaki fields it. He throws to first. And Kobakata is retired on a ground out 4-3 for out number 3. And that is going to do it here in the 7th inning. There was no runs. There was a hit. There were no errors. And 1 runner stranded at third base. We are now through 7 complete. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. The Saitama Seibu Lions 3. Stick around. We'll be back in just a moment. With the call of the top of the 8th inning, there is going to be another pitching change as the manager Ishii has come out to let the umpires know. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's another Hollis build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Buddy, it is appreciated that you're all here, and we see Vivid Life has checked in. We thank you for stopping in tonight. We figured you'd be around at some point working the midnight shift. And we thank you for popping in to say hello this evening. We do have a pitching change for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. It is going to be another left-hander. It is going to be Sora Suzuki coming in. That's going to be his 19th appearance of the year, the 25-year-old. He's 0-2 on the season. He's got 15 innings pitched. He's allowed 6 hits, 8 walks. He has struck out 17. He has conceded 4 runs, all earned, and he's got an ERA of 2.40. So Sora Suzuki coming into the ballgame as he is on in relief. This is going to be looks like our 4th pitcher used. 5th pitcher used now tonight for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. One thing I was going to ask John Cardona, or even the other fellow that was in here, we were talking about the over-unders. Is the over-under for just the 9 innings of play, or is it for the complete game? Because sometimes that changes a factor too. I know that they used to do for hockey where your scores were what it was for the regulation play, not for the overtime. But that is, everybody's different a little bit. Here comes Brian O'Grady to the plate. And the first pitch to him is a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count's 1-0. It'll be O'Grady, Takagi, and Koga here in the 8th inning. So O'Grady today is 0 for 3. He has popped out to the third baseman. He's lined to the first baseman, and he's flown out to center. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Brian O'Grady. The lefty Suzuki has this double clutch in his delivery. There's a breaking ball that misses down. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they said he didn't go, and the count is 2-1. Yeah, John makes the points. I think it's regulation bets. That's what they basically do, is they say, hey, anything in the first 3 periods, if it goes to overtime, all bets are off, so to speak. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count is now 2-2. So complete game in the NPB. That is also good to know. So basically, if you've got the under 7, you want this game to go the full 12 innings, because it'll end in a tie. Here's the 2-2 offering. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is hit to right field, and this ball is going to get down. It is fielded by the right fielder, Shimochi. And O'Grady's got himself a leadoff single here in the 8th inning, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Wataru Takagi. Well, one would have to think small ball should be in full effect here. Takagi is 1 for 2 today. He's got a single. He's grounded back to the pitcher, and he has walked. So one would have to think that if he's 4 for 32, they're going to have something, and O'Grady is going to get pinch run for. He is coming out of the ball game. Is number 58 in the game to run. We'll get you who that is in a moment. That is Kumashiro. So Masato Kumashiro in to run for O'Grady. Already squaring to bunt is the batter, Takagi. There's a token toss from Suzuki over to first base, and getting back in time is the base runner. The base runner here, Kumashiro, he's been a Lion his entire career. with the club since 2011. There's a fastball that misses outside. It makes Takagi dance out of the way. Is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. It is definitely a bunting situation. The defense is concerned with the runner at first base. Yamazaki is signaling what the pitch is to the outfielders. He has his numbers behind the back. So Takagi has 1 ball and no strikes on him. He's looking to get the job done. He's already squaring here to bunt again. And here comes the pitch from Suzuki. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball. It's bunted. It's back to the pitcher. His only play is to first. So that's going to go down as a sacrifice, 1-3. They have moved the pinch runner into scoring position. Mashiro has got himself at second base. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Yuto Koga. For Koga on the day today, he is 1 for 3. He singled his last time up. He has struck out the other 2 times to the plate. He's raised his season average up to $171. So he is batting in the 8th spot in the batting order. They're hoping for some late production. Our friend Ed Iwado Gade asks, how many outs in this inning? There's a breaking ball that's down, and the count is now 1 ball and no strikes. The only out is the bunt that has moved the base runner into scoring position. So Kumashira is at second base. Koga is the batter, 1 gone here in the 8th. And Suzuki holds the ball at the chest. He checks the runner at second. And now he delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. And the count now is even at 1-1 to Koga. One of these teams needs to find a way to score a run here. We called that game last night, the Padres and the Giants. We were doing the Major League game. I couldn't believe what I watched in that 10th inning. Unbelievable stuff. Crazy managing by Gabe Kapler. We'll talk about that as this advances on a little bit here. Here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Koga. Basically, in Major League Baseball, in the 10th inning, they start with the ghost runner at second base. And they ended up intentionally walking the first batter. Didn't even throw a pitch so they could set up a force. And then the next batter, Trent Grisham, came up and didn't just have a sacrifice bunt. He actually beat it out for a hit. That loaded the bases. So you loaded the bases on 1 pitch. And the next hitter got hit a ground rule double, and that's how the game ended. There's a breaking ball that misses down. They peel over to the first base umpire, but they say Koga didn't go, and the count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. There is the open base at first base, which would set up a double play possibility. But one would think that you really don't want to face the top of the order at any point here. Koga has a 3-1 count on him. The runner at second. It's Kumashiro. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses up and in. And that is ball 4. And Suzuki isn't happy. That is going to put runners at first and second with 1 out. The catcher, Oda, is going to come out and talk to his young left-hander. It's going to bring up the center fielder, Shinya Hasegawa. So for Hasegawa today, he is officially 1 for 3. He singled, he stole a base, he scored a run. He's bounced into a fielder's choice, and he has struck out. So this is a turning point in the ball game right now, with runners at first and second, and only 1 out. He got his first hit of the season in his second trip to the plate. He is 1 for 12 on the campaign. He's batting .083. Ueda Gode says he's hoping for a ground ball double play right here. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. If I've messed up your name, so I think it's Ueda Gode. I apologize to you in advance. Hope I'm saying that correctly. They do have a pinch hitter warming up. Looks like it is Nakamura swinging the bat. So here comes, you guys were probably going to want that. Here's a fastball swung on it. It's lifted into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Shimauchi fields it. He throws it in. Here comes the throw to the plate, and it is in time, and they have called the runner out at the plate. But now they're waving because they're going to want to go and look at this. They want to check this on review. The Lions don't believe that they are out. They're going to have to go and check it. The home plate umpire has called the runner out. We're going to have to wait and see what this is. We're going to come back in a second to see if he beat it in. Shimauchi had fired it into the cutoff man. The relay was into the plate in time. But now we're going to have to wait and see how this is going to shape up as this play is under review. We're going to take a look at it ourselves. The batter, Hasegawa, went the other way with it. And that ball was thrown to the plate. The ball was in time. The question was the hand of the... Oh, I think he is going to be safe. I think that's bad news for the folks that are in here. The ball was in time, but the catcher had reached back. I think the call is the right one on the field. That's going to burn the last challenge for the Golden Eagles. Oh, it's not even close. It's going to be an RBI for Hasegawa. I'm not even waiting for the umpires to come back out on this one. Stopping at second was Koga. I'm going to color in all my stuff right here. The pinch runner, Kimashira, he was able to score all the way from second base. That's going to put the Lions up 4-3. Bang, bang play at the plate. But personally, it was the high tag. I can't believe they're still reviewing this. My friend Ueda Gode says if it's a close play, it's probably not going to change it. Yeah, we've seen this at multiple angles. And it's not even close. He's safe. So for those of you guys who jumped in here, hopefully that's good news for some of you. And for some of you, it's probably not the best news. But the call is going to... I think a call is going to be overturned. I think we're going to see it safe here. We're waiting on the umpires to return as they're underneath, and here they come. And the call on the field is going to be safe. They've overturned the call. That is going to put the Lions up 4-3. So the runners are at first and second. And they had a pinch hitter that was supposed to be coming up for Kawanu, but we're going to have to wait and see if it is going to happen here. They had big Nakamura hanging out in the on-deck circle. But we do have a trip to the mound here as Ishii is coming out to end the day of his pitcher, Suzuki. Well, hang around, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment. They got runners at first and second. We're in the 8th inning here. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you all for being here with us. Here is our friend Steve.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. There is a pitching change. It is going to be Hiroyuki Fukuyama coming into the game. The veteran right-hander is making his third appearance of the season. He's worked 2 1/3 innings. He's only allowed a couple of hits. He has a couple of strikeouts, and he's got an ERA of 0. So he is on in relief. I think I've seen each one of his appearances this year, and he's pitched well. And so he is going to be in our books. It looks like it is going to be the 6th pitcher used tonight for the Golden Eagles. So Hiroyuki Fukuyama in relief. We're going to have to see what they're going to have here. They did have Nakamura in the on-deck circle. I don't know if he has officially been announced yet. But as Fukuyama completes his warm-up tosses, we are about ready to get this one back underway. They may save Nakamura for another point here now that they've scored the run. So Fukuyama is completed his warm-up tosses. He's getting a couple additional stretches in. We'll see what we have here. There is, it looks like another pinch runner in the game for the Lions. All kinds of changes all over the place here. You know, our best we can to keep up with it. It is going to be Nakamura pinch hitting. He is batting on the season only $188. He's got 4 homers and 14 RBIs. He is in the twilight of his career, the big fella. He's going to be 39 years old in August, and he swings the first pitch fastball that fouls that one off, and the count is 0-1. So Takeya Nakamura in the ball game. Facing the right-hander, Fumiya. There's runners at first and second, and there is one gone here in the 8th inning. The Lions are looking to add to their lead. They have a 4-3 lead now. And here comes the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. John Cardona says, I would really like this inning to end. Yeah, I bet you would. But we got 1 ball and 1 strike to Nakamura. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses upstairs. The count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, you definitely have the right candidate for a potential double play. Nakamura does not run well at all anymore. I'm not sure if he ever ran well to begin with. But he is definitely a double play candidate. So here comes the 2-1 offering. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 3-1. Fukuyama is not really sure where that last pitch was. He wasn't happy with it. It actually looked fairly good. I thought it dropped in. The big fella watched that baby go by. So here comes the 3-1 offering. Fukuyama holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on it. Is pop foul. It's going to reach the seats over on the first base side of home plate. It's going to run the count to 3-2 now to Nakamura. I bet you Nakamura wants that one back. It was a breaking ball that hung up in the zone. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander Fukuyama ready to go again. Runners at first and second. 1 gone here in the top half of the 8th inning. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. Nakamura has gone down on strikes for the 2nd out of the inning, and that is going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Suzuki Genda. Well, Genda's had a hot stick tonight. He is 3 for 4 on the ball game. He's got a couple of singles and a triple. He's scored a run. He's also struck out. So Genda is coming to the plate with runners at first and second. He is looking to pad the lead here for the Lions. So here comes the first offering to Genda. It's a breaking ball swung on his tap, slowly foul over by the third base coach's box. The count is quickly 0-1 to Genda. Genda has pulled his season average up to 249. One of the base hits tonight was the infield variety. He really got down the line in a hurry. We were talking about him losing a bit of a step in his speed. He had a couple of years where he was 30 stolen bases. Sure, he's only got 6. He might be in the 15 to 20 neighborhood by the time the season's done. He doesn't have the wheels like he used to have, but he still can motor when he has to. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is now 1-1. So Fukuyama having to battle here. 1 ball and 1 strike. Looks like the rain is now gone. We haven't seen it since the 5th inning. They did say, as we said before, showers were in the area early. They're not expected to come back until about 8 o'clock local time now. Here comes the 1-1 offering. Fukuyama delivers. It is a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Genda. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. That pitch there, when Genda fouled it off, he wears a shin guard on his right leg. But that ball bounced and it hit him up in the backside on the Achilles or the calf. It's kind of an awkward foul ball for sure. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is to Suzuki Genda. Here comes the offering from the right-hander Fukuyama. He holds set at the belt. He checks the runners, and now he delivers. It is a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and the count's 2-2. Fukuyama is really working the pitcher's rubber here. He's set up on the first base side of the rubber to face the left-hander Genda. We were talking about this earlier. Sometimes the pitchers, they pretty much work straight up, not much else, but he's really trying to create an angle here. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. And there is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right center field. It's down and it's up the alley. 1 run is in. Genda is digging for 2. It's off the wall. And rounding third and heading home is the second run, and that is going to increase the lead to 6-3 as 2 runs have crossed the plate, and Genda has got himself his second triple of the ball game. It is now a 6-3 lead for the Lions. Our friend Scott Dalton pops in here wanting the inning to end. But the band keeps playing as they continue to score runs here to the Lions in the top of the 8th inning. Scott says, please end the inning and get a rally going. Unfortunately, I think the rally is right here. Suzuki Genda with his second triple of the night. He is 4 for 5. He picks himself now up a couple of RBIs. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, Jansen Witt. For Witt tonight, he is 1 for 4. He's got a homer and 3 RBIs. And here comes the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Boy, if you're Jansen Witt, you got to feel a little hard done by. I don't know if I would have saw 9 runs between these 2 teams tonight in this one. Good thing we weren't making any predictions. Probably would have got this one wrong. Here comes the offering from Fukuyama. It's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into right center field. Moving over on it is Shimouchi. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it here in the 8th inning. But there was damage done, and there was lots of it. There were 3 runs in the inning as the Lions have put up a crooked number. There was 3 hits. There were no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are now moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is 6-3 for the Seibu Lions. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We're glad you guys could be here with us tonight, as we've got some entertaining baseball on our hands. Here is our friend Steve again.
Hey guys, and thank you, Freddie. Steve coming back at you. That's right, Steve Rademacher. I would like to thank each and every one of you that is tuned into my channel. And today, let's do a little shout out for some other great channels you should be watching. There is WVogs 18. There's Big D's Sports and Collectibles. You all know another Hollis build. Why not Like Father, Like Son? That's a great duo that does some great stuff. It shows some great cards. And of course, the one and only Bud Stoney, creators of One of Ones. The creator of One of Ones, and they're all signed on the back. Bud Stoney, One of One, like this beautiful Robin Yount that he made for me. He made me another Robin Yount, this time mini, and a Christian Yelich mini. Great cards, and he does more than cards. We have darts of Hulk Hogan and many other things. So give them a look-see and give me another look-see. Subscribers are always welcome, and back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the batting order. There is a new pitcher coming in for the Seibu Lions. They are bringing in a right-hander. And for our friend that is in here, which is going to be Scott Dalton, I got bad news for you, Scott. This is Kaima Taira coming into the ball game. He is 1-2 on the season. This is going to be his 41st appearance. He's got an ERA of 0.94. The first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down to Asamura. The count is quickly 1-0. Taira has been pretty consistent for the Lions this year, although he did have a rough outing as last time out. So he is taking over on the mound here, and there's a fastball swung on, and it is lifted foul, and the count is now 2-1 to Asamura. The Eagles are going to need some instant offense here if they're going to have to get those 3 runs back. This is the part of the batting order to do it, as they've got 3, 4, and 5 coming up here. So here comes the offering from Taira. He delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is lined into right field. It's going to be a base hit. And that is Asamura is going to be aboard with a leadoff single. So Taira, in the first batter he faces, gets himself a hit. And that is going to bring up Hiroki Shimouchi. Shimouchi today is been on base all 3 times he's come to bat. He's got a couple of singles. He's walked. He's stolen a base. He's driven in a run. So the Eagles are looking to string some stuff together here. There's a breaking ball that misses down. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Hiroki Shimouchi. The left-handed hitter waggles the bat, and here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into shallow left field. This ball is going to get down. And just like that, the Eagles have got back-to-back hits. And that is runners at first and second. Our friend Scott says, let's raise that ERA and give him another rough outing. Well, it's starting to look like that right now as they've put the first 2 runners on. That's going to bring up the first baseman, Genji, who is 1 for 3 today with a single his last time up. So Taira, who has been absolutely a beast this year, has now got himself into a bit of a pickle here with 2-1 and nobody out. So the local hero, Genji, steps to the plate. Genji, as we said, is 1 for 3. He's got his average at 331 on the season. No homers and 16 RBIs. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Genji. I'll have to go and take a look at the bench for the Eagles to see what possibilities may be coming up here. There's a breaking ball swung at and fouled away. The count is now 0-2. Looking at some of the players who haven't entered the game. Sumitani hasn't been in the game yet. He's on the game sheet. Ichi Suzuki is a possibility off the bench. Also, Ryosuke Tatsumi and Okajima also could be options. There's a pitch that misses down, and the count is now 1-2 to Genji. So there are some opportunities or some options off of the bench. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Genji. Tyrek checks the runner at second, and he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and driven foul down the left field line. It's going to keep the count at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Our friend Scott Dalton is looking for the come from behind method for the Golden Eagles. So here comes the 1-2. This ball is a breaking ball lifted into shallow left field. And this ball is going to get down for a base hit. They've loaded the bases as Genji has got himself aboard with a single. So 3 singles in a row. And the Golden Eagles have loaded him up here in the 8th inning. And that's going to bring Igor Omoji to the plate. So the Eagles are not dead yet. They are flapping their wings here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And looking to add some runs. Genji is going to be out of the game as they're going to pinch run for him. He is actually the run that probably matters the most, as we do have a pinch runner entering into the ball game. It's going to be Murray Biashi coming in to run for Genji. So the manager, Ishii, is just starting to use some of his cards. So Igor Emoji steps up to the plate. He is on the ball game 0 for 3. The first pitch is a fastball that is swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. Remember, we talked about Moji earlier in the ball game. Every game we seem to do, he stepped up big last year. So you might want a bomb here. The bomb here would be a grand slam to put the Eagles ahead. And there's a fastball that swung on and fouled away. Moji swings that right into himself. He has the shin guard on his right leg. And he got that one off. Oh, that's got to be painful. It looked like he fouled it off the inside part of his right knee, and it ricocheted back and hit the inside part of his left knee. It played a little bit of pinball. So no balls and 2 strikes to Moji. After he's got the opportunity to walk around a little bit now, he's ready to go back into the box. And if I'm the pitcher Tyra, I come right back inside again. Scott says they need to flip the ball in the upper deck, and there's a fastball swung on and missed. And Moji is gone down on strikes for the first out of the inning. He is retired for out number 1. That is scheduled to bring up the center fielder, Atsuki Muto. It looks like that could be it for Muto. I don't know if this is going to be him or not. Nope, they're going to bring in Okajima to pinch hit. So Okajima comes in. He is batting from the left side, the veteran bat. He's hitting .231 on the season with no homers and 5 RBIs. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses inside. The count is 1-0. Okajima has had some better years. He is a veteran of the NPB. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. The count is now 2-0. Okajima last year had a pretty good year. He batted .280 He had a little pop in the stick. He had 8 homers last year, the most of his NPB career. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and then the count is now 3-0. There's nowhere to put Okajima. It is Hikari Oda, the catcher, who waits his turn on deck. So 3 balls and no strikes. Taira shakes off his catcher. And now he comes set at the belt. Here comes the 3-0 offering. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 3-1. To Okajima. Okajima has been with the Golden Eagles since 2012. He's going to be 33 years old in September. There is a fastball swung on. It is hit to third, and they're going to come home with it. And that is going to be the force out at the plate that is going to be able to get Asamura. It was an interesting play. The third baseman was able to knock it down and keep it in front. And then he came up and fired to the plate. He could have stepped on the bag at third, but actually it was probably the right decision to have fielded it, and they had time to get the runner at the plate. That's going to go down as a fielder's choice. 5-2 for the second out of the inning. Everybody's going to move up a base as Shimouchi goes to third. The runner for Genji Moribayashi goes to second, and Okajima is the runner at first. And we're going to have ourselves yet another pinch batter here for the Golden Eagles. This is going to be the catcher Tanaka coming to bat. And the first pitch delivered to him is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. So Takashi Tanaka on to hit for Oda. There is a fastball swung on and fouled straight back, and the count is now 0-2. So Taira looking to pull a rabbit out of his hat here with the bases loaded and 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And our friend Leo says, do we have the wrong score? Yeah, it should be the other way around. We'll fix that at the end of the half inning. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-2. It is a 6-3 lead for the Saitama Seibu Lions over the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. The Golden Eagles are threatening here in the bottom of the 8th, and there is a breaking ball that misses down. The count is 2-2. We'll get that flipped at the end of the half inning here. So bases are loaded. It's a 2-ball and 2-strike count to the pinch hitter, Tanaka. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is lined right to the third baseman. And that is going to do it here. The Eagles, they threaten, but they don't score. They leave the bases loaded. There were no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 left aboard. We're now moving to the top of the 9th inning. It is the Saitama Seibu Lions 6. And it is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment after this.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have Lira. We have Yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPG baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Thanks again, Steve. We appreciate you guys all for being here and your support. There is a new pitcher coming in for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. As they are going to the bullpen yet again. It is going to be a right-hander taking over here, and this is going to be number 49, Masaya Nishigaki. Coming into the ball game is his 15th appearance on the season. He's worked 14 1/3 innings, out 11 hits, puck 2, struck out 13, and given up 4 runs, all of which have been earned. So Nishigaki is coming in relief. I know some of the guys that were in here are hoping for the turnaround here. And I hate to break it to you, but I just think that was the opportunity right there for the Golden Eagles to try to get some runs, and they squandered it with the bases loaded, nobody out, and Tyra was able to wiggle his way out of that. So this is a bit of a heavyweight battle. The loss today for the Golden Eagles will drop them into 3rd place, as they currently have a half-game lead over the Lions. There's only a half-game difference between the two. The Eagles are 40-35-1 entering the ballgame tonight. So it is going to be scheduled to come to bat here for the Lions in their half of the 9th inning. It is going to be Yamakawa, Tonosaki, and Kumashiro, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters in the batting order. There's all kinds of changes all over the park for the Golden Eagles. Hopefully we can catch up to those for you as we move along here. John Cardona said there was not a lot of room for error in that inning. That is for sure. So the unfortunate part, if you're a Golden Eagles fan, is exactly what you just witnessed. They loaded the bases with nobody out and were not able to cash anything. Even if they would have got 1 or 2 back, it's not like you're having an uphill swim with having to get 3 in the next inning. The home plate umpire is out with the manager Ishii, and they're going over the changes and where they're at in the batting order. So he is making his adjustments. I think the scoreboard has got a couple of things in the wrong spot. So the heart of the batting order is slated to come to bat for the Lions as they sort out these changes. As we said, the rain had stopped a few innings ago. And as we wait here for the rulebook lawyers to make their decisions here, we're about ready to get this one back underway as the right-hander Nishigaki is waiting on the batter Yamakawa to step to the plate. And here we go. We're ready to get back to the live action. Yamakawa is officially 1 for 2 tonight. And he swings at the first pitch fastball and fouls that one away, and the count is 0-1. Yamakawa singled in the 5th. He struck out in the 3rd, and in between he has walked, or outside of that, he's walked a couple of times. So he's been on base 3 times tonight. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. Moving back onto the warning track is Shimochi. He's got room, and he catches it as he moves into the wall. Actually, that is now Okajima, as there's been changes in the outfield. Okajima made the catch as he slams into the outfield wall. Nice job by Okajima to run that one down. Yamakawa sent it a long way. It is just going to be a long out for the big designated hitter for the Lions. He is gone for out number 1. That is going to bring up the second baseman, Shuta Tonosaki. For Tonosaki tonight, he is 0 for 3. He has bounced into a fielder's choice. He's grounded out. He's flown out. He's also walked, and there he swings at a pitch down in the dirt. The count is quickly 0-1. So Tonosaki batting .220 now on the season. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 0-2. I think Tonosaki's having a conversation with himself in the batter's box. Why did I swing at the first pitch, and why didn't I pull the trigger on that pitch? I don't think he has the answers either. Here comes the 0-2. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 1-2. So one would expect yet another pitching change for the Lions. In their half of the inning, it looks like it'll be the 5th one used by them tonight. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 1-2. We won't get to the out-of-town scoreboard. We haven't done any of that tonight. A little peek at what's happening around the NPB. These are all the games being played on the 9th. There's only a couple other games, and they're both finals. The other games are late. There's a ground ball up the middle. It is fielded by Yamazaki. He throws to first. And Tanasaki's retired on a ground out 6-3 for out number 2. Just a couple of notes. The Yokohama Dana Bay Stars knocked off the Amuri Giants 2-0. That game is a final. Hamaguchi got the win for Yokohama. Matt Andrews takes the loss for the Amuri Giants. He drops to 0-1. We were talking about international players. The save goes to Isi. Neftali Soto hit his 8th homer of the year. There was a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-1. This is Kumashiro, who came into pinch run for O'Grady. This is his first at bat of the ball game. The Hiroshima Carp knocked off the Chinichi Dragons 7-0. It was Morishita getting the win. His 6th win. Ono took the loss. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right field. Okajima drifting toward the foul line. He's got room. He makes the catch. And that is going to do it as the Lions go quietly in their half of the 9th inning. So the Eagles have to get going. As we move to the bottom of the 9th inning, there were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board for the Lions. It's the last inning for the Eagles to do some damage. It'll be the 9-1-2 hitters in the batting order when we come back. Hang tight, everybody. We're glad you guys could be here with us. Stick around. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back, everybody. We have a pitching change. It's going to be the closer coming in for the Seibu Lions. It is Tatsushi Masuda, and he is coming into the ball game. He is working his 32nd game of the season, and he has got a one-on-run record with 21 saves. Worked 31 innings. He's allowed 18 hits. He has walked 5. He has struck out 23. Only allowed 3 runs. That is a 0.87 ERA, so yet another reliever coming out with a ERA of sub-1. So Scott Dalton says that he feels something. I'm not sure what he's feeling. But hopefully it'll be something of entertainment value for us. It is going to be the 9-1-2 hitters in the batting order coming up. But it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter. Or is it not? No, they're going to leave Yamazaki to bat here. Not sure why they would consider doing it. He does have a hit tonight. He's got a 138 batting average on the season. He reached base his last time up on a bunt hit. Scott says, I feel like we have this one away. You know, if they would have cashed in a couple of runs in the last inning, you got the bases loaded and nobody out. You got to figure you can at least get 1 or 2 at the bare minimum. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Yamazaki. Then you're in striking distance, but you're still a field goal away right now from tying the ball game. And 3 runs versus 1 or 2 is significantly different. You got to get a couple of runners aboard here. Here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into left center field. And this ball is going to get down, and it's going to get up the gap, and it's going to get all the way to the wall. Yamazaki rounding second. He's heading for third. And here comes the throw, but it's going to get cut off. And Yamazaki's got himself a leadoff triple here to begin the bottom of the ninth inning. So the Eagles, Yamazaki in his 138 batting average, and the guy smokes a triple into the oppo gap. There you go. This game is a funny game sometimes. And Yamazaki has got himself a triple here. That is going to bring up the top of the order, Haruki Nishikawa. For Nishikawa, he is 0 for 2. He's walked a couple of times today, and he has scored a couple of runs. Scott says, I feel that we gave this one away. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you definitely had your opportunities for sure. They've stranded 8 runners through the first 8 innings. There's a fastball swung on his line down the left field line. And coming hard on it is the left fielder. He makes the catch. They throw it back in, and they've nailed Yamazaki, who has wandered too far off of the base. He tagged up. He went to go home, and then he came back, and they threw in behind him. That's going to be a 7-5 double play. Unbelievable. Unreal. That is crazy. So we had to watch that highlight again. He went back and he tagged up. He took off to try to go and score. Then he threw on the brakes, and then he went back to the base at third. And they threw in behind him, and they were able to get him. He has gone for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it up to Hiroto Kobakata. That's got to be some of the dumbest base running I've seen in a while. There's a ball that misses to Kobakata, and the count is 1-0. So he hits the triple. He's getting the high fives, and then he gets thrown out. Or really, he doesn't mean anything. He's only the 4th run if you score it. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So if you're a Golden Eagles fan tonight, you're probably hoping this game was sponsored by Sapporo. Or maybe Corinne. Because that's what you're going to need after this one. A couple of beers to kill the pain. Here comes the 1-1 offering. There's a fastball swung on. This is fouled away down the left field line. And the count is 1-2 to Kobakata. That was the unbelievable play. It was unbelievably bad base running. But I'm sure the manager for the Lions feels the same way. He's probably seen that a few times over the last couple of years with his group. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the offering. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. So not only are the Eagles down to their final out, they're down to their final strike. They dropped this one here. They dropped to 3rd place in the standings. Scott, we appreciate you checking in here, and we thank you for your support. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded to third. Nice play by the third baseman. They throw it to first, and that is going to do it. It is a ground out 5-3. That is going to end the ball game. So the final line here in the inning for the Golden Eagles, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left aboard. Your final score is the Seibu Seibu Lions 6 and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Stick around, everybody. I'll be back in just a couple moments to wrap this one up. We appreciate you once again for being here. Here's our friend Dave.
Hey everybody, thanks for checking out the game and Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave, Zero Thought Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate it, Dave, and your support of our channel. And in turn, we like to support Dave as well. Be sure to check out the Game Changer Lounge at Zero Fox Sports. Well, everybody, we're going to give you the recap on this one. We started the ball game off in the bottom of the 1st inning. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles jumped out to a 2-0 lead A walk to Haruki Nishikawa. Then he was tripled home by Hiroto Kobakata. Made the score 1-0. And then Hideo Asamura grounded out to make the score 2-0 as he drove in Kobakata. And that was where we stood at the end of the first inning. In the top of the third inning, a leadoff triple by Suzuki Genda. He was brought home on a groundout by Jansen Witt. Cut the lead to 2-1. And the bottom of the third inning, the Eagles got one back. A walk to Nishikawa. He stole second. So Kobakata sacrificed him over to third. And then it was a RBI single by Hiroki Shimouchi that was able to bring home the runner Nishikawa. That increased the lead to 3-1. Well, the fifth inning came around, and it was a leadoff single by Shinya Hasegawa. And with 2 out, Jansen Witt stepped to the plate and deposited a 2-run shot into the left field seats. That evened the score up at 3. Scoring didn't happen to go anywhere else until the 8th inning when the Lions had the Brian O'Grady lead off with a single. He was pinch run for by Kimishiro. Then he was sacrificed over to second. And then they walked Yudo Koga with runners at first and second. Then Shinya Hasegawa came up and had a base hit, knocking in a run, and that made the score 4-3. With 2 outs, Suzuki Genda then stepped to the plate, and he hit his second triple of the ball game, knocking in 2 more runs. And that was what made the score 6-3, and that eventually was your final, as the Lions were able to knock off the Golden Eagles 6-3 tonight in Tohoku. Well, everybody, we appreciate everybody once again for being here. We are going to be back on the airwaves yet again tomorrow night, as we will call the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. That's going to go at 9 o'clock Eastern, or 10 o'clock or midnight on the East Coast, or 9 o'clock Pacific. Hopefully you guys can join us there for that one. All the other games are later starts today. The Hanshin Tigers and Yakult Swallows were postponed because of rain. As we mentioned before, the Carp knocked off the Dragons 7-0, and the Dana Bay Stars knocked off Yamuri 2-0. Those are your only other finals around the NPB. Once again, everybody, it's been another Last Raps baseball production. We hope you have a great night. Come on back and see us again tomorrow. Remember, 9 o'clock Pacific, midnight Eastern. We'll be back at it again. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks again.